As Mark Twain said, find a job you enjoy doing, and you will never have to work a day in your life. Well, don't be that guy.
Good morning, and welcome to CSI Linux Conference for 2024. My name is Jeremy Martin, and let's get started. So just as a quick overview, CSI Linux is a digital forensics or cyber forensics platform. It started off as open source intelligence, online investigations, and computer forensics, and then it grew from there. The community is actually growing pretty good, and there's a lot of activity going on in the back end. There are education contents at csilinux.com/academy, and for downloads, just go to csilinux.com, and you can download a variety of different versions of CSI Linux, such as the virtual machine, the triage image, and then also now new the ISO. Now, as far as the distribution goes, if you're curious if it's for you, this distribution is focused, or the platform is focused, for anybody who's a security analyst, law enforcement, journalist, researcher, the intel community, and more. So if you're doing any sort of open source intelligence gathering, digital analysis, forensics, incident response, threat hunting, things in that area, CSI Linux, definitely good for you. Oh, there is a case management built into it, along with a ton of customized tools that you can only get within CSI Linux. We're constantly building more, constantly updating, looking to improve the CSI Linux platform and the community in general. Now, without further ado, let's go and get started with our first presentation.
Hello, this is Stu, and today I'm going to speak to you on an introduction to reverse engineering, or reversing. And I'm going to go over with you about how to take software apart. This is going to be, I've simplified it, I believe, as much as I can so that anybody could understand this. And it's not going to be anything difficult. There's 3 apps that I'm going to take apart during this. And this can apply to hardware as well. So here's my disclaimer and disclosure. This is for educational purposes only. and I assume no responsibility if you use this presentation in an unlawful manner. My disclosure is just that this was prepared by me in my personal capacity, and views and opinions are those of me and do not reflect my employer. So, overview. I'm going to go over my background, and then we're going to hit some terminology and reverse engineering, as well as go over some things about static and dynamic analysis. And then we're going to hit some application puzzles from hackthisite.org. And then we'll go over some links, as well as reverse engineering tools. So my background. At one time I did vulnerability assessments with some penetration testing and a little bit of coding as well. It was more bash script coding and PowerShell. Now, I started in the 80s learning basic beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code, and I worked on, back then, Apple IIe's, Radio Shack TRS-80s, the Texas Instruments TI computer, as well as Commodore 64. Just to give you a little bit of a background, Apple, for basic, you would do home, H-O-M-E, for clearing the screen. Radio Shack, you would do CLS to clear the screen. Texas Instruments, you would do call clear to clear the screen. Commodore 64, I believe you would do a print statement of some sort to clear the screen. So it was all kind of different basic code back then for each system. I have tutored a little bit in assembly and C++, as well as a couple other languages. Now, for me, assembly language is just always interested me, and I have a book on it, Assembly Language Step by Step, by Jeff Duntman. I'm a friend of his now, and that book is fabulous if you want to learn assembly language, because it just simplifies it. It's an old book, published around 2000, but it is a good book to use to learn assembly language. Now, software reversing requirements. I have done reading and some research, and this is basically, to me, what the software reversing requirements are. Having a software development knowledge. This is good so that you understand, the different phases of doing software development, including compilation. And then having an assembly language and C language knowledge. To me, C language is the closest I feel that you come to assembly language without getting into assembly language. C language allows you to do bit manipulation, and like I say, it comes the closest to assembly language of all the high-level languages in my view. And then the patience, curiosity, and a passion to learn. You need patience for this, because even though you have software development, software forward engineering, basically, you still need the patience to debug your code. With this, it's different. It's an assembly language, and you have to have the patience to actually look through the code, because it's, again, not plain English. And a curiosity, how do things work? That is basically what you're looking at in software reversing, or in any kind of reversing. How do things work? And again, passion to learn, it wraps it all up, because it's one of those things of, if you have the passion to learn it, then you're going to have the patience and the curiosity to learn it as well. Now, reasons for reversing. Give an input and output. How does it work? Right? So you have also software cracking. Now, this is illegal. They had I don't know if it still exists. They had a thing called Juarez Crack, so it was a website out there that would give you serial numbers that you could use to activate applications without paying for them. Basically illegal. So then you have another reason for reversing is software and hardware manipulation. Software manipulation is what I'm going to get a little bit into on this brief. Hardware manipulation, the closest thing I can really tell you about that I can relate to is way back when I decided I wanted to build myself a guitar amplifier because I've played guitar for a number of years. And I didn't have money for an amplifier, so I decided I'd build one out of 2 stereos. And I did a little bit of soldering and, just basically rewiring some things. And I figured out how to wire one stereo as my clean and distorted to another stereo, which was my main amplifier. And then you have how to recreate software. This is the one that I'm going to focus on quite a bit during this brief. Now, small bit on legalities of reversing. So, Secrets of Reverse Engineering, published in 2005. There is legal debate about it. And if you really think about it, when you sign a disclaimer, you're installing stating you won't reverse engineer the software. And again, as Secrets points out, you want to seek legal counsel always when it comes to getting involved in something that is high risk reverse engineering. Otherwise, could go to jail. So, what is reversing like? There's an art and a science to it. To start, static analysis is long hours, like I said before. I've spent many hours just doing practice applications, and when you're doing this, and I'll show you one in what they call a debugger. It's software to take the application kind of apart, and you end up spending long hours, and you're taking notes, and you're going, okay, this happens here. Then what do I see? What am I seeing? And you're taking notes to yourself and saying, okay, at this location I saw this, etc. So, and then when you're doing that, you also have to know what to do and when to do it, like setting breakpoints. And I will show you an example of a couple of breakpoints I did in an application so that you see what they look like. And then stepping in execution versus executing to the end. Some apps, like I say, spending long hours. I've spent long hours stepping in execution on practice applications and going, what's going on, and again, watching things as I'm stepping through, and it can take a long time. And then executing to the end. There are times when you want to execute to the end just to see what's going on with it when you get to the end result. And then, as Maddie Stone says, Maddie Stone is from, I believe it's Project Zero at Google. And I took an Android reverse engineering course from her back in 2020. And Android is different as far as reverse engineering is concerned compared to x86, what I'm going to show you today. This is paraphrasing, but basically when you go about performing it professionally, chances are you're going to be doing malware analysis when it comes to reverse engineering. And you need to find out, what is this doing? Malware, ransomware, what exactly is it doing? And you want to do it fast because you have a client that is going, okay, I was working on that and now I'm not, and I have information on there and I want to get my work done. So what's happening? Am I going to be able to get to my information, etc.? So it can be a high pressure situation when you're talking about doing malware analysis. Then static analysis. You have static analysis with and Ghidra and x64DBG are two examples. There are others. And what you're doing in static analysis is, one, you're identifying where the original enter point or OEP is, so that you know where to start your static analysis. Then you're trying to identify key strings. Sorry, congratulations, password is, and other key strings out there. And the reason you're identifying these key strings is it can give you clues into what is going on in the application, and where it can even maybe give you an area to look at for other code that would point things out to you. Then you have identifying even key the program structures, like looping. It's looping. So what is it exactly is it doing? And I'm going to show you a program with looping in it. And then you're locating conditional jumps, because if a jump's taken, what is it doing when it does do that jump? Where is it jumping to? Is it exiting the program? I don't want it to do that, maybe. So how do I avoid the jump? I'm locating a compare. I will show you an application with a compare statement, or even test statements. But with a compare, it's like an if-then statement in any of your higher level languages. If the password is equal to this, then print whatever. So this is some of the stuff that you look at in static analysis. Now with dynamic analysis, you're usually executing the application in a virtual machine for safe space. And then you do things such as monitor the registry for changes in Windows to see whether or not is maybe the malware going to execute again, or a virus going to execute again once you boot up the system, reboot the system. Monitor with a network tool like TCP dump or Wireshark. I'll show you an example with Wireshark, just to see, where is it going out to the network? What is it doing? And then observe what happens on the screen. Does it give you a skull and crossbones, when you execute the application, saying basically you're screwed, I own your system type of thing. And I do mention, does it go blank after data entry? I'll show you an application that was going blank, whether I entered the right password or the wrong password, and I had to pause it in a debugger called OllyDebug, and I'll show you a little bit of that later on in this presentation. And then monitor for file creation or manipulation. This is something that Paul Chien on Udemy, he had a course that I was taking, and it was looking at file creation. So now we go on to the simple application. App 1. From hackthisite.org, thank you. From hackthisite.org. So when I do this application, I'm entering a serial number, 1234, and I hit authenticate, and it says sorry, right? Now, when you're looking at these applications, take note of what you're seeing, like authenticate your software. What are you entering? And then, sorry, you entered an incorrect serial number. Take note of some of the stuff that you're seeing here, because when you go to reverse engineer it, you may see, like I say, some of these strings and so forth, and go, oh, what's around it? So it'll give you some hints, but again, what's around it? So it'll give you some hints, but again, authenticate your software. Sorry, you might even see congratulations. So here's the solution process for App 1. You're ending up running a strings command in Linux, and for those of you that don't know about Linux, that's one of the reasons I'm explaining it to you. So the strings command in Linux command line. I'm doing a strings on the executable, which is the app that I'm looking at, the app that I'm reversing, and I'm doing app1 win.exe, and then I'm going ahead and I'm going to push it into, or append it to app1.txt. I do this because it's easier for me to look at it in an editor than it is for me to look at it on command line. So, but the purpose of the strings command, all I'm doing is looking to see the text inside that binary file, that .exe file. That's all I'm doing. So if you look over here on the right side where I have app1.txt in gedit on Linux, the screenshot here, you see authenticate your software about the middle of the screen. And then you see 01301414, etc. I bet that that's the serial number that we're looking for. Okay, but me being the speller person that I am, I looked and I saw congratulations and I went, I don't like that. So I'm going to say the proper word is congratulations, and I'll show you. So then first thing I want to do is fix the congratulations. And yes, it can be fixed. I use a hex editor. I believe I use HXD. We'll take a look at that. Anyway, I do a control F to find the contrat, and then I change the value of T to a G, or it's going to be 66 in hexadecimal because that represents the little letter G in hexadecimal. And that's what the computer needs to see. And you'll see it once you enter the number. If you're interested in how the hex editor technology works, I highly encourage you to read make use of .com. Then what you're going to do is this is very important, by the way, very, very important. You're going to save this as a different file, because if you save it as the original file, then if they need to do investigation on it, forensics or whatever, they want that original file so that they can have that original evidence. If you've manipulated it and then written it over it, then they don't have the original evidence. So save it as a different file so that you can have it for later on if needed. So then here's everything basically fixed. So I go from 74 to 66, again, the T to the G. And then I enter the serial number over here on the right-hand side, and it says congratulations. So then that is app 1, and it is fixed, and we found the serial number. Now, remember what I said about software recreation. Again, you can use reversing to study, software, how it works, etc. So why not recreate it? Now, what I'm going to show you next is C code, but it's not this application in its entirety. So this is a basic application in C code. It would be run in DOS mode. You wouldn't have any nice GUI or anything like that. So for those of you that don't know C code, include first line stdio.h. This is just a standard input-output library in C, is all it is. Then you have your integer input equals 1223. This is just, I said I'm going to do 1223 is the code that the user needs to input. Then the integer main is the main part of the C program. Then you have the integer for the serial number. And all that is just the variable for the user input. Printf, this is just going to print on the screen. Please enter the serial number for the software. Then you have the scanf. The scanf is an input statement in C code, which says %d meaning F is an input statement in C code, which says %d meaning digit, and then at serial meaning the variable, and you're going to, this is the user's input for the serial number. Then you have an if statement of serial number is not equal to, that's exclamation equals, not equal to the input. If it doesn't equal to 1223, then print, sorry, wrong serial number. Otherwise, print congrats, password to this level, and whatever the password is. And then return 0 in C is just basically saying, hey, everything worked out well, everything's good. And that is a basic application in C code of app1 recreated somewhat in form. Now, app2, again, thank you, hackthisite.org. We're observing the status connecting. So this is probably a web connection, network connection, network connection, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do the simplified, use the Wireshark tool so that we can see what we need to do next. So then we're going into Wireshark, and we see 192.168.1.2.0, the squared entry there in Wireshark. And then the 192.168 is myself, 137.74, that's hack this site. And we're doing a get, which is basically the web browser. This would be like similar to a web browser going out and retrieving what it is that you want to pull back, that your computer's looking to pull back. And it's going to application, app2, and it's going to application, app2, keys 123.txt. That's what it's doing. So then if we go to the next slide here, we see if we go into a browser and we type in all of this up top, www.hackthisite.org, missions, application, app2, keys 123.txt, we will see all these serial numbers dump. And so there you go. This is where it's going to. So then the solution, and you should be able to take any of these serial numbers and put it in. I just decided 45910. So I take all of this in and I get congratulations. Right? So that's app 2 finished. Now, here are some thoughts again. How do you pull the serial numbers from the web page and display it? I don't even want to have to go to that web page. I don't want to have to use Wireshark. I don't want to have to do any of that. How did you recreate the application so that so it goes to the web page and says, here you go. Here's any of the serial numbers that you can display or that you can use, on the display. So it's just another way of doing things. Now, this one is a little bit more advanced. Again, thank you, hackthisite.org. This is app 5. And this app disappeared. Whether it was the wrong password or the right password, it disappeared. And what had happened is that I was going through these apps before another presentation and to refresh my memory on it. And then I looked at app 5 and I went, oh, it doesn't matter what password I enter. It's still disappearing. What's going on? That's why and this is the one where I said the screen goes blank, whether the password is entered wrong or right. This is that app. And basically, it's briefly displayed, right? But if you pause it in Debug or similar tool, you see it's invalid password. I enter ABCD and it says invalid password. So that's where we're at, is invalid password right now. Now for the solving process. Now Wireshark provided nothing. Strings command displayed. The password is %s, which is basically nothing. That's %s is for string representation in C. But I went, well, I can use the password %s maybe to search to see if there's anything out there, like a compare statement or password, the actual password or something. And then I came across this, compare ECX double word pointer. It's D word pointer, but double word pointer. And then so the SS is basically looking at the stack. For reference, all the stack is it's a temporary storage location. For this purpose, that's all you need to know, is it's just a temporary storage location. and then the colon EBP plus EAX times 4 minus 24. Just consider that the formula, and we'll get into it here in a minute. So I'm breaking this down a little bit more. Now, here are your basic definitions for ECX, EBP, and EAX. These are very basic. Okay? But the bottom line for this brief, so that we keep this very as simplified as I can think of making it, think of the ECX, EBP, and EAX as variables. That's all they are. It's just variables. Variables that hold values. So that's all they are in this case. So now I put this slide in here for a reason. Because we're going to get a little bit into AutoDebug. Some people freak out a little bit when they see it because it's not plain English. I'll just put it that way. So the first slide, you want to just think of it as line numbers. They are memory locations, and they're not separated by a quantity of 1, but don't worry about it. They're just line numbers is all they are, just line numbers. And then the next slide will have those line numbers in the first column, and then alphabetical and numeric instructions in the middle column. And then further on, we'll see the assembly language instructions. Move is one, CMP, compare is another. There's push, pop, and others. That's going to be in the third column. And then any ASCII, which is American Standard Code, which is basically anything English, is going to be in the last column. And I'm going to show this all to you. And then the IP is the instruction pointer, which points to the current instruction. That's for the CPU so it knows where it's going as far as the instructions are concerned. So that's all this is. So your first slide here, again, just line number 1, line number 2, line number 3, etc. If I just didn't fill it out the rest of the way. And then you have hex instruction. C, 745 space, D, 4 space, and then all the rest of it are zeros. Those are 2 examples of hex instructions, and it goes down the line as well. So again, line numbers and hex instructions. That's all it is. Then you have, I've added assembly instructions. So now you have your line numbers, you have your hex code instruction, and then you have your assembly instruction, like move, D word, point, PTR, SS, and the rest of it, right? That's all that is, though, is assembly instructions. And essentially what assembly instructions is so that you don't have to look at the C745 space, D4 space, all those zeros, and go, oh, that's move, D word, PTR, etc. It just makes it much easier for the reverser. And then I'm showing you the ASCII characters. And again, it's just plain English is what it is. And it allows you to go, oh, this might be where the password is stored, or whatever the case might be. It's supposed to make it so that it's easier for the reverser to look at and go, okay, I have ASCII characters here. Now I can look around here for, possibly another hint. Okay. So we're now onto the current instruction, the instruction pointer for the CPU. As you can see, the red arrow pointing there to the instruction pointer. Now, and again, this is the same screen with the line numbers, hex code, assembly instructions, and ASCII, or plain English representation. I'm just showing you the instruction pointer. Now, this instruction pointer I want to show you is pointing to a red dot here. This red dot, and there's another one below that. You have the gray dot, and then the next red dot below it. So these red dots are breakpoints. I set this breakpoint at where this instruction pointer is because this is our current instruction that I'm going over right now. So that's all that is a breakpoint. The other one I set for something else, and I'm not exactly sure. But anyway, this is the breakpoint that we are at where the instruction pointer is at. Now, the debugger will actually do the math for you. However, I encourage you to learn how to do hexadecimal math. And I was looking out there for a instruction on how to do hexadecimal math that was very dumbed down. And I haven't found one. I've looked on YouTube and I've done some searches, and I haven't really found one that meets what I feel is easy. Anyway, with this one, I'm looking at ECX. And the ECX, again, it's a variable. Remember that. It's just a variable. And it contains what was entered. ABCD and hexadecimal. Now, this has with 61 is equal to the letter A and 64 is equal to the letter D. Okay? However, if you go down into the little gray area in this box, you'll see ECX equals 64, 63, 62, 61, which is, oh, that's backwards compared to what you're showing. Yes, it is. This is just a reference point for you. I'll tell you, this is big endian with an E versus little endian with an E. You can look into it, but it's just a reference for right now. That's all that is. Now, if you go down to the next line, you're going to see POWE, A, B, C, D, new line. Okay? The POWE, as I say up here in the second line, says stack has POWE. 65 equals the letter E, add a line number, and then the CPU is comparing only the first four letters, right? So it's only comparing the POWE to the ABCD that we entered. Now, I said 65 is the letter E. Now you'll see 65, 77, 6F, 70. Again, that's POWE spelled backwards. Again, little Indian versus big Indian. So that's what we're looking at right now. Now, with this, we're looking at the actual stack. Again, think of the far left as just line numbers for right now. It's fine. POWE location, though, is down here where I'm pointing the 65, 77, 6F, 70. Now, there is a loop that I'll show you here in a little bit in the code that compares the letters 4 at a time again, POWE to ABCD, etc. It will compare those letters, as long as they're good, to the power tripping, up to the 0A67. And then as long as it's power tripping, good job or whatever the congratulations is. But power tripping is the password for the app. But again, this is the stack. It's a temporary storage location, and all it's doing is it's looking at the stack 4 letters at a time in each location until it. And the other thing is that, again, it's only looking at 4 at a time. So therefore, since the ABCD and the POWE don't even compare because they're not equal, it will immediately say invalid password. It won't even continue on to the rest of them. So I talked about the loop in the previous slide to gather the next 4 characters. Here's the loop, big red arrow. So there's the loop that I was showing you. Now, the end state here, again, it will disappear whether you enter the right password or the wrong password. But it's going to display, if you pause it in all debugger, another debugger, it will say password is power tripping. So that one, it's, as long as you enter power tripping, it's good. So then, again, another thought, how can you make that app stay on for the display to stay on so that the user can actually read it and go, oh, I got the right password. And then, how could you grab the password? You don't even have to look in the stack for the password. It just says, hey, hint, enter power tripping, right? So you don't even have to look for it. Now, that's the end of the apps. we're looking at self-education and reversing. Now, CTFs, I did CTFs some time ago, and I'm just over them. But the thing is, to me, those and the Crack Me applications, they're very limited as far as education. If I were to host a CTF, which I most likely wouldn't, I would say, okay, here's the CTF, but here's the thing. Yeah, you'll have different levels, but I want to see how many ways you can get this flag. Not just one, but a few ways to capture the flag, because the more tools you have in your toolbox, the better off you are anyway. And then you have books like, again, Secrets of Reverse Engineering, and then there's Malware Analysis with the Alien on it. And there's a guy out there, I believe it's called Sam's Class Info, if you look it up with search engine. He does this for a community college, and he does a very good job, in my opinion, of going through the book. And then you have Udemy. That one, your mileage can vary with Udemy. I'm not going to deny it. I've had some bad courses on there. But I did Paul Chin for malware analysis, and there's a couple others. But I was doing his. My only thing with Paul was good instructor and all that, but he's using apps, which I know everybody does, to, do the malware analysis and everything. And I'm fine with that, except we inherently trust these apps for what they give us. We don't really check them, per se, to see whether or not the answer is correct, right? And I tell people, I say, if you know, going back to what we were doing with these apps, if you know how those applications, those tools work, and you created your own, you would, learn how to create that similar application, and you would learn how it works on the inside. Oh, and by the way, it would be yours. So therefore, you could look at the code and go, if something on it for whatever reason broke, you could look at the code and go, oh, because this is your code, and you can go ahead and, update it or whatever you need to do. Then you have YouTube videos. There's a ton of them out there, but this one stuck out to me. Reverse Engineering and Weaponizing XP Solitaire. XP Solitaire is an old program. This gentleman does about 3 hours worth of showing you how to do this. And I didn't think I was going to get into it, and I actually did the whole 3 hours. And it's very interesting. One of the examples that he does is he shows you how to make it so that the countdown timer has no effect on decreasing your score. And he uses the decompiler in Ghidra, and he just shows you some of the things. I thought the video was pretty amazing. Then you got beginners.re. This is a PDF written by a Russian on how he learned. This one requires a donation, or he would like a donation, I think is what it comes down to. But anyway, this is over 1,000 pages on how he learned it. I haven't gone through the whole book, but if I remember right, he uses a Hello World application, and he's using Linux in GDB, which is a GNU debugger. It's a different kind of debugger in command line for Linux on Unix command line. And he is just going through that with GDB, and it's a pretty, from what I'm seeing, it seems like a pretty good read. And then OpenSecurityTraining.info. This has videos with Frank Paz of Mitre. At least I think he's still with Mitre. Anyway, he displays some of the assembly code instructions, like the loop structures. And he goes through with this bomb.exe file, and he's labeling and showing his students how he's going through this. Because the thing is, you label it and you know what it's doing, then you're only left with what you don't know, type of thing. And when it comes to reversing, you just need to practice. I mean, practice. That's what it boils down to in a nutshell. Because the more you practice it, because with this stuff, in my view, if you don't practice it, you really do forget, kind of what you were doing. And then you have your tools for reversing. You have the virtual machine again for the safe space for executing. Then you have Ghidra, among others, for debugging, decompiling. Now, with IDA Pro, I checked it a while back, but the free version has flowcharting in it. Flowcharting can make your life so much easier because you just follow, I entered it here, okay, it's going to take this direction, whatever, and it's just much easier to follow. And it has the code in there, so you are following the code, but it gets you there quicker. Hex editor, I showed you a little bit on that. Network monitoring tools, I showed you a little bit on that, on the IP addresses. And then Sysinternal Suite. This is by Mark Rusinovich. And I believe he has a team behind him. He has Process Monitoring, Process Explorer, which are Process Explorer, I believe, is the one that is like Task Manager, but it's much more in-depth than Task Manager, and he's done a good job with that stuff. You also have a listing found here for malware analysis tools. And then, again, knowledge. Because you're going to get the stuff that I showed you isn't really going to, it's not going to exist out there to my knowledge. And it's going to just be more complex. And I've come across a practice app that had debugger detection. In fact, it said, is the debugger detected? And you have to, I'll just say, do something in order to fool the application into, no, the debugger isn't detected, continue on. And then there's, like I say, there's the books mentioned before, and then there's the articles, because again, it's just more tools. Okay, so that is it. And another topic that I think deserves bringing up is how device drivers, how are they created or even modified? And for those of you who don't understand that, say you have USB or even a DVD or CD-ROM or whatever, it's how the CPU and that device talk to each other. It's basically it's that driver. And then I'm available to talk on the subject, because if you keep secrets, nobody really learns. And the one thing I want to point out too is that in what I call the information security community, I have come across some large egos. I consider myself a very humble person, or I try to be a very humble person. And I tell people, if I can help you out in any way possible, I will. I will absolutely help you so that I can turn that light on.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, from what country you are joining from. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Stephen Osonuga. I'm excited to talk to you about OSINT, or open source intelligence, and how it can be leveraged for effective cyber investigation. First off, I would like to appreciate Mr. Jeremy Martins for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present at the CSI Linux Conference. I want to also appreciate the entire CSI Linux crew for making this possible. So first off, who am I? My name is Stephen Osonuga, as I've said. I'm a cybersecurity and a cloud engineer. Although my major suit is cybersecurity engineer, I just recently moved into cloud engineering about 2 years ago, which I started by taking some certification in cloud, and over time I found cloud interesting and easy, so I then went on to build up my pathway in the cloud. I have a lot of robust certifications such as the CEH, Certified Ethical Hacker. I have CC, that is Certified in Cybersecurity by ISC2, an exam developer for ISC2 for the CC exam. I've developed about 3 exams, and I have the Certified AppSec Practitioner by dissecting group. Then for CSI Linux, I have the CSI Linux Certified Instructor. I have the CSI Linux Certified Investigator. I have the CSI Linux Dark Web Investigator. And for my cloud journey, I have 5 Microsoft Azure certifications, which are Microsoft Certified Security Operations Analyst, Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate. I have Microsoft Certified Identity and Access Administrator. I have the Microsoft Certified Security and Compliance Fundamentals. I have the Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. And then on the sideways, I'm also into research. I have just 1 publication to my name, but in future terms, I'm looking to be able to do more research in order to further expand my knowledge and build things. Yeah. So that is basically who am I, or who I am, rather. So today we'll be covering the following. First, what is OSINT? Second, the sources of OSINT. Third, tools and techniques used in OSINT. Fourth is application of OSINT. Fifth is benefit and challenges. Sixth is case studies. And lastly, we'll be answering question and answer. So what exactly is OSINT? OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, and it involves collecting and analyzing information from publicly available sources to produce actionable intelligence. The key here is that all the data gathered through OSINT is open and available to the public. So there is no hacking or covert access involved at all. Every information that we gather are information that are publicly available. And there is something I like, which someone quoted, and it says that the internet doesn't forget things easily. The internet doesn't forget things easily. So whatever you post, whatever things you keep online, it has a way of staying online. Although you might have thought that you deleted some certain things, but if you actually check the internet archive, we'll be able to find what particular year, probably 2008, that you thought it is gone, but it is still on the internet. So I'm not trying to move into the deep web or anything, just focus on OSINT. So there's no hacking or covert access involved. OSINT can involve various types of publicly accessible information, such as social media posts, news article, public government record, academic papers, and much more. Now, why is OSINT so important? OSINT provides valuable insights at a relatively low cost, and it is available to anyone. It is timely, it is comprehensive, and covers a broad spectrum of sources. This makes it essential in fields like national security, law enforcement, and business intelligence. OSINT is a key tool for organizations looking to stay ahead of cyber threats or gather intelligence about competitors or emerging trends. OSINT sources can be broadly categorized into several types. First, we have the media. So when we talk about OSINT sources, we talk about what type of information that we could get from the different sources. So first we have the media. From the media, we could get information like from newspaper, from magazine, from radio, from television. We could get information from all those media sources. Second, we could get information or OSINT information from the internet. The internet, such as websites. We have a lot of websites nowadays, and people register on this website, people create account, people leave footprint behind on different websites. So on the internet, we could gather information from websites, we could gather information from blogs, we could gather information from social media platforms, and also from forums. Third is the public government data. We could get information or intelligence from public government data, such as reports, such as budgets, such as hearings, press releases, and official websites. Then we have professional and academic publication. So we could get information from journals, from conference papers, from dissertation and thesis. Then we have commercial data as well, which involves market reports, financial data, and commercial imaging. Then lastly, we have grey lecture, which involves information from technical reports, patents, business documents, and unpublished work. Now let's dive into some specific examples. Social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook can provide real-time information, which is crucial for monitoring events or trends as they unfold. Public records such as court documents or government filing offer verifiable data that can be crucial in investigation. Depending on the investigation, we may also use technical report and academic paper. Especially detailed technical knowledge is required. Now let's dive into some specific examples. Social media platform, for example, Twitter and Facebook can provide real-time information. I mean, a lot of people nowadays depend a lot on social media, and we don't know it, right? Any small thing that we do, we post online, or we comment, we're the first person to add our thought about things, and indirectly we are leaving behind footprints or what we call intelligence that can be used by the OSINT framework. And those information are vital because every piece of information that is gotten from the internet, when they are brought together, they make a whole lot. So Twitter and Facebook can provide real-time information, which is crucial for monitoring events or trends as they unfold. Public records such as court documents or government filing offer verifiable data that can be crucial in investigation. So depending on the investigation, we may also use technical reports or academic papers, especially when detailed technical knowledge is required. So we're not just limited to Facebook and Twitter. These are just examples. Some we use Instagram and a lot of other social media platforms as well. but the platform with most active users are Facebook and Twitter. So, and these are where people express themselves, right? And to feel among, they try to join the trend, and all this information that is left behind is what brings together the OSINT sources. So there are numerous tools available for OSINT, and some popular ones may include Mortego, Shodan, the Harvester, Spiderfoot. Shodan, Mortego, the Harvester, Spiderfoot. Now, Mortego is a data mining tool that helps in link analysis. So when we're looking at Mortego, we are able to chain information together from different sources. So it helps in link analysis. For Shodan is a search engine for internet-connected devices. Shodan calls itself the Internet of Everything search engine. Why? Because anything that has what we call the internet capability or capacity, what we call Internet of Things, are searchable on the internet through Shodan. So let me give you an instance. We have all these things that we call smart home, smart gadgets. For example, we have the smart TV, we have the smart light, we have the smart name it. Yeah. So all these things are connected to the internet so that they can be remotely controlled. Yeah. And now each of these Internet of Things or these smart devices needs an IP address. And with the fact that they have an IP address to be controlled, that makes them a target for attackers. And now Shodan is a platform that has a connection to the Internet of Everything, both our normal device and our IoT devices that are connected to the internet. It has a database that could search for any device at all in the internet. So the Harvester was popularly known for its capability of gathering emails of employees in an organization, and that was what made it stand out a lot. Then we have Spiderfoot. Spiderfoot is an open source intelligence automation tool used for automating OSINT gathering. In addition to the tools, there are several techniques used in OSINT, such as Submit, which is social media intelligence, and it involves analyzing social media profile and activities. We have search engine data mining, which involves using advanced search technique to find specific information rather. So when we look at search engine data mining, that's when we are talking about what people call Google docking or what others call Google hacking. So Google docking or Google hacking is a way of using the Google search engine to bring out specific information, not just general information. So attackers or cybersecurity experts or security researchers, they take some queries and feed it to the Google search engine, and with those queries they pinpoint to a particular resource in a website or in a server with information. So take for example, attackers or cybersecurity experts want to get a vulnerable point or a vulnerable. Okay, so take for example, a security researcher wants to get every website that has the word GoDaddy in its URL. So the researcher can use the parameter called in URL on Google search engine and specify that we are looking for the name GoDaddy or CSI Linux. So take for example, a security researcher wants to gather information on any website that has the word CSI Linux on its URL. So the security researcher could take a parameter called in URL with a column and put CSI Linux and feed it to the Google search engine. And what Google does is that every website that has the word CSI Linux on its URL, it brings them out specifically. It doesn't go around the bush. It brings out specific information. So next we have public record checking, and it involves accessing and verifying information from public record. Then we have data scraping, which involves extracting data from websites and databases or online database. Now let's see a quick demonstration of. Alright, so we'll be looking at using Spiderfoot for OSINT investigation. Now to run Spiderfoot, I'm going to come to the OSINT tab. I'll come to OSINT framework, and then I'm going to run Spiderfoot. So this runs Spiderfoot. I'm going to refresh. Okay, let me go back and come directly from the terminal. Spiderfoot. And now this should run good. So now on the Spiderfoot home tab, alright, so at this point, when you open the Spiderfoot, it brings you your previous scan pane, where it shows you what scan you've done, and yeah, so from here you can see that I've done a test domain for a domain scan. I've done a target scan, and these are the results. Now, the first thing that you need to do when you run the Spiderfoot is that you need to come to settings, and that is because you will need to install some OSINT sources that we have here, and although you're going to need some APIs to fill in some of the sources like the Bing, the abuse IP, and a lot. So I've filled up few of my sources already. So for example, let's say you want to use leak lookup, right? So you come to leak lookup, and then it tells you that this is the website where you could log in and get your API key. So once you register your account and are given API key, just come and paste the API value here, and you save changes. Okay, so after you had your API key set up already, now you could come back to a new scan. Now, here we can see that we can perform different types of scan using the Spiderfoot. We could perform the domain scan. If our target is a domain, we're going to type our domain in the scan target over here. If our target is an IP address, we'll put in our target address. If it's an IPv6 address, we're going to put in our target IPv6 address over here. If it's a subdomain, this is how it should look like. If it's a subnet, if it's a Bitcoin address, yes, it also does cryptocurrency. If it's an email address, if it's a phone number, this is the format. If it's an email name, this is the format. It must be in quote. It must be in quote. If it's a username as well, this is the format. This is the format. It must be in quote as well if it's a user name, and then if it's a network ASN, it must be like this. So now I'm going to put in my scan target. So For now, I want to scan an IP address, so I'll name it as test IP, and then my target will be 124.222.31.94. So this is my target, and then now I can see a use case over here. The first one is an all use case which gets anything and everything about the target. And the description is that all footprint module will be enabled, which is slow, but every possible piece of information about the target will be obtained and analyzed. The next is the footprint use case. The footprint use case is understand what information this target exposes to the internet, and in the description it gains an understanding about the target network perimeter, associated entities and other information that is obtained through a lot of web crawling and search engine use. The next is investigate, and this is best for when you suspect the target to be malicious but need more information. So some basic footprints will be performed in addition to querying of blacklists and other sources that may have information about your target's maliciousness. Next is passive, and this is when you don't want the target to even suspect that they are being investigated. So as much information will be gathered without touching the target or their affiliates. Therefore, only modules that do not target will be enabled. Good. So now we're going to use all so that we could see what required data we can search about our targets. So bear in mind this is an IP address, so this is all related to IP address and also there's an email. So this is trying to gather information around the IP address and to try to bring affiliate domain, affiliate website, and also try to bring out affiliate email address and other types of information as we can see in the screen. So now I'm going to leave this as is. Then now we're going to come by module. So now this by module is going to be depending on the API that we have installed. Bear in mind, anyone that you see padlock here says need API, while others that doesn't have padlock is free. So, and I don't have all the API to all these, so I'm going to first come and deselect all. I have the abuse IPDB, I have the Bing, so I'll select this, and I'll work with this. Come and say, okay, I'll scroll down, and then I'll say run scan now, and this should start running the scan. It should bring me to this page. It is running already. Now it is scanning the IP address. Now it said it is finished scanning the IP address. Once I come to correction and browse, there is nothing related to the IP graph insufficient data. Let me come back. So there was no valuable information that was brought out. Okay, so I'll come back to new scan. I'm going to put in the IP address once again. I'll say test IP2. And then now, instead of me clicking on all, I'm going to come to investigate. So I want this to investigate. I want it to investigate the IP address and ensuring that all these are selected as well. So required data are selected as well. So now I'm going to run my scan now. And so this might take a while. You can see it says starting and then it has entered into running. And now that it's running, it has started scanning. So now it is gathering information about the entity. We can see that it has gotten a BGP AS membership, blacklisted IP on the same subnet, IP address, unique IP address, malicious IP on same subnet, net block membership, physical address, that is the physical location as well, and the raw data from RIRS or API. So we can see how that it is gathering different type of information from just an IP address, which is, to me, this is next level hunting, because I remember before, years back, it is kind of difficult to actually gather information. I mean, although not as much difficult as I would have thought, but it is not easy. But having the different API keys for the different module in the spider fold could give you more information than what the normal Joe could get. So now we're in the summary, and we can see it has found 62 total, 44 unique, and the status is still running. Now I could come to correlation. The correlation tab will not show until the scan is done running. So I'm going to leave this for now and come to browse. So in this browse, I can see that it has found some affiliate email address linked to the supposed IP address. It has found all this information like we've seen before. And now in the graph, this connects the the IP address rather, to the possible information that it got related to the IP address. So all this, it just gives a form of connection, and that this is the country, this is the physical location. So now scan settings just shows us which scan settings we are using, and all that, the modules as well. So this is nothing much special. So we're going to wait for the scan to finish. It is done. The scan is done. Now let's come to correlation. Now the correlation is that the entity is considered to be malicious by multiple sources. So this is a malicious IP address, and now we want to see what type of information that this malicious IP address has. So let's say I want to view the email, which of course is affiliated. I think they are trying to track down this IP address. So these are the emails around the IP address. The emails around the IP address. So I'll come back to browse. I want to see others blacklisted IP address on the same subnet. So these are the other ones. So bear in mind that in Spiderfoot, we can also search by subnet as well. And if I'm to search the O of the subnet, we will get a lot of more information on related to the target. Okay, so that is Spiderfoot. Okay, so the next tool that we will be looking at is Shodan. So Shodan is a search engine that is designed to find and index internet connected devices. So unlike traditional search engine that focuses on websites, Shodan scans the internet for devices such as webcam, routers, servers, and even industrial control system (ICS). It controls data on these devices. It collects data on these devices, including their IP address, open ports, and operating system. Shodan is often used by cybersecurity professionals to monitor network exposure and identify potential vulnerabilities in connected devices. It is a powerful tool for understanding the landscape of the Internet of Things and ensuring the security of various internet connected devices. So now, how can Shodan be actually used for OSINT? Well, as I've said before, it finds and indexes internet connected devices. And so that means every device that are connected to the internet can be indexed on Shodan. So for example, if I'm looking for a camera, for example, I'll type camera and then I'll search. So it brings me every camera that is a web camera or an IP camera all over the world. And on the left pane here, we could see that we could filter by country, United States, Vietnam, Germany, China. We could even filter by top organization as well. We could filter by by the top product of the camera model and also by the operating system of the camera. So I mean, just this is not really alone, because even though you can see a lot of devices online that are connected to the internet, most of them, or let's say 50% of them are secured, right? So now this is now where it should get interesting. It has some search queries that allows you to find vulnerable devices online. Okay, so let's say for example camera, then it says as screenshots true. Then I search for it. Now we can see that it brings us camera that has the view, right? So because of my plan, I'm limited to how many I can see, but so you can see that it brings out camera that we can see their lens. So that is one of the cool features of Shodan, but not everything else. So this is just for cameras that as screenshot for true. Now if I remove the camera and let's say a general as screenshots, which is true, this should bring out every. Hold on, let me check my network. Alright, so this should bring out every devices that has that function that is able to receive screenshots out, and people all over the world can see the system. So now you can see that there's a Windows server here that has different accounts that is open, is vulnerable to it runs a Windows Server 2012, and that's a vulnerable RDP port. So yes, so we can see about the system, about a lot of system, and so it is just interesting, and there are also other type of interesting. So now note that the IP address of every camera, every system are also given. So if you open any of the IP address out and it brings you the device interface, then you will be able to have access to the system. So I'm not going to delve much into this because I don't have authorized permission to access that. So I'm just showing you an example of how to use the Shodan query. Now, we have a lot of other type of search queries for Shodan. If we're looking for, let's see, a vulnerable, let's say, a traffic light controller, a bureaucratic traffic light controller. So I'll copy this, and then I'll come and search for that. And this should give me this street light controller for the country. So the top country is USA. So as you can see, then let's look at something more interesting, right? Let's see. Okay, yes, for remote desktop, we have unprotected VNC for devices that are unprotected. That means they are running on this particular RFB 003.008 and the authentication is disabled. So this should show us unprotected VNCs that is all over the world. And so we just this show that it will get everything, and now we could access all these that are unprotected because the authentication is disabled, and it's possible to also access all the system online. So you can see it is only giving us an output about how it looks like. This is a root access, by the way. So there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them that we will have access into. So Shodan is a very powerful search engine, a very powerful OSINT tool as well. So you could just look at a lot of other interesting search queries and see, what it can do. A popular one that we use a lot is this FTP servers with anonymous login. And you would see it would bring you different FTP servers or different devices that have the FTP enabled and also as anonymous login. So what the anonymous login does is that once the anonymous login is true, we'll be able to log into the server with the user called anonymous. And upon logging in, we'll have access to all the files that are in that system. So this is very dangerous, So, but yeah, this is investigation. So we can filter by country as well. We can filter by top organization. If we have some specific organization that we are targeting, we can filter by the organization, and we should have our target in view. So these are part of why we use Shodan as for OSINT investigation. Okay, so now we're going to look at the Harvester. So the Harvester is a powerful open source intelligence tool or OSINT tool used for gathering information about a specific domain. It is particularly useful during the reconnaissance phase of pen testing and red teaming. The tool collects data such as email addresses, subdomains, IP addresses, and URL from various public sources like the search engine, social network, and other online databases. The Harvester can help identify potential vulnerabilities and understand external threat landscape of a target domain. It is widely used by cybersecurity professionals to enhance their security assessment and ensure comprehensive coverage of potential attack vector. So it gathers information such as emails, address, subdomains, IP address, and URL. So now, how do we use the Harvester to gather this information about a target? So to be specific, it gathers information around a domain. This tool doesn't cover around phone numbers or what do we call it now? It doesn't cover phone number, it doesn't cover name, it doesn't cover covers, username. We have other tools that cover all those. So to use the Harvester, I'll say the Harvester, then I'll specify the domain. If I run this as is, it's meant to bring me the help page. And now I need to specify my domain, then the limit of information that I need to get, and also the source. So these are the three basic things that are important to set while trying to gather information. So I will say the harvester.py, then -d, and here I'll put in my target organization that I want to search about them. I'll say CSI Linux.com. Then I need to put a limit on the information that it is going to get, that's 300. And then lastly, I'm going to put in a source. So this source, I could specify that, okay, I want this source to come from Google search engine and Bing and probably Yahoo. But this just limits the amount of information that I'm supposed to get, because I want to get every type of information about this target. So instead of me specifying the search engine that I need those information from, I could just use the all syntax that comes with the Harvester, and this picks all sources that the Harvester has, and it gathers information based on all the sources. So I'm going to use the all syntax, and then I'll press enter. And so yes, it requires API key for a lot of sources such as GitHub, FullHunt, Hunter, Att&ck, and a lot of them. So if you have API key, you can find the API key in this particular directory. So I'm going to also show you how to put in API keys as well. So the Harvester search result normally take a while, so I'm just going to pause this and hit when it is done. Okay, so it is done. I'm scanning, and now we could let me just scroll back up so that we'll see where it starts from. Alright, so it started from the ASNS. And gather information about the ASNS, and then it found some interesting URL, which if we're into investigation, we could try to check those and see if we could find any vulnerability on those links. And then found some IP addresses, and then some contact email. Obviously, it looks like just this one, that it looks like this is the one that is useful for us. So, and then some interesting host API found as well. So this is the basic information that the Harvester was able to harvest. And yeah, so that brings the end of the demonstration. Now let's go back to our presentation. Now let's discuss about some application of OSINT, or open source intelligence. First, in national security, OSINT is used to monitor threats, is used to track the activities of adversaries and also gather intelligence. For instance, monitoring social media platform can help identify emerging terrorist threats or extremist group, which is true. OSINT is used as part of a broader intelligence gathering efforts to safeguard national security. Now, for law enforcement agency, OSINT is used also in law enforcement agency, and law enforcement agency use OSINT to investigate crimes and track criminal activities down. Whether it is tracking a suspect movement through social media or identifying stolen goods listed for sale on, OSINT provide investigator with leads that can be crucial to solving crime. OSINT in business intelligence. In the business world, OSINT help analyze market trend, competitor activities, and potential risk. So in the business world, companies use OSINT for competitive analysis and market research. For example, tracking competitive activity, understanding market trend, and identifying risk are all part of business intelligence. OSINT provides a competitive edge by leveraging publicly available information to stay ahead of the competition. However, OSINT also comes with its challenges as well. So, what are the challenges of OSINT? First, we have information overload. Second, we have verification. Third, we have privacy concerns. Fourth, we have legal and ethical issue. How does this lead to the challenge? First, for information overload, there is an overwhelming amount of data available, which can make it difficult to sift through and find valuable insight. So because we have a lot of information online, the OSINT tools might gather a lot of both necessary and unnecessary data, and so when it comes to sieving them, it could become a challenge to the investigator. Second is the verification. Not all publicly available data is accurate. Verifying the authenticity and the reliability of information is crucial as well. So one thing about the internet is that people post things, whether it is true or not. So being able to verify those information that are authentic is an important part of justice, which brings about the challenge of OSINT. Third is the privacy concern. Although OSINT is legal, it is important to balance intelligence gathering with respecting individuals' privacy rights. So privacy rights is a big concern, and when it comes to gathering information, you need to know the boundary of what information that you need to get. And then lastly, we have legal and ethical issue. While OSINT uses public data, it is still important to navigate any legal or ethical concern, particularly when dealing with sensitive data. So while gathering information, it is important to bear in mind the legal concerns about the type of data that you are gathering. Now let's look at a case study, OSINT in cybersecurity. So In this case study, I'm going to tell you how OSINT helped a bank called Secure Bank thwart a major phishing attack. So here's the background. The cybersecurity team at Secure Bank, which is a large financial institution responsible for safeguarding sensitive customer data and millions of dollars in transactions every day. Lately, your team has noticed a worrying trend, which is a rise in phishing email targeting both employees and customers. So these emails looks remarkably like the one that they are coming from Secure Bank, and the fear is that some customer might fall for it, potentially leading to data breaches or financial losses. Now the challenge now is we need to identify who is behind this phishing campaign and figure out what they are up to and stop it before any real damage is done. Now we're going to look at 4 phases into handling this scenario. Phase 1 is spotting the phishing campaign. Phase 2 is connecting the dots. Phase 2 is connecting the dots. Phase 3 is acting fast to stop the attack. And while the last phase is digging deeper and catch the bad guys. So in phase 1, how do we spot the phishing campaign? So your team knows this won't be easy, but instead of waiting for disaster to strike, you decide to take a proactive approach by leveraging OSINT. OSINT involves using publicly available information, things like social media posts, public record, or even dark web chatters, to gather insights on potential threats. So one of your team members start with Shodan, and it doesn't take long before they spot something alarming, which is a domain that looks suspiciously like Secure Bank official websites, but with a small tweaks in the URLs, because instead of the securebank.com, it is secureb4nk.com. So now this is a classic case of typo squatting, where attackers create fake sites designed to trick people into handing over their login details. So meanwhile, another team member uses Multigo and visualizes the connection between the different pieces of data. So with Multigo, they track down some concerning activity on a dark web forum where hackers are discussing a new phishing kit. One designed specifically to mimic login pages of major banks. As they dig deeper, they find mention of Secure Bank. So now, how do we now connect the dots in phase 2? The pieces of the puzzle are coming together. Now, using OSINT, your team confirms that cyber criminals are actively targeting Secure Bank and have already launched a phishing campaign. These attackers are trying to trick customers into entering their login details on a fake website, which would give them direct access to the customer. The team also monitors social media, where customers are posting about strange emails they've received that seem to be from Secure Bank but aren't quite right. So now, by correlating all this information, phishing kits on dark web, typo squatting domain, and social media complaint, your team realized that this is a serious coordinated attack. Now in phase 3, we need to act fast and stop the attack. Now that you know what is happening, the team springs into action, take down the fake domain. First, the legal team works with the domain registrar to shut down the fake website by getting it blacklisted on browsers and web email services. You ensure that fewer customers will fall victim to the scam. Next, we raise awareness. We need to send out an urgent alert to all Secure Bank employees and customers, warning them about these phishing emails and proving tips on how to recognize them. So for instance, we remind that there are small inconsistencies in the domain name before clicking on any link in an email, and also provide internal security strength. So we also review our internal securities, such as the MAC policies to prevent email spoofing. This makes it much more harder for attackers to send emails that look like they are coming from Secure Bank. And now the last phase is, now how do we dig deeper and catch the bad guys? So the job isn't over. We've found out that this was a coordinated attack, and we've been able to bring down everything that's related to the attack. But now, how do we catch the bad guys? So the team keeps investigating using Multigo to trace some of the username found on dark web forum One username stands out, and it has been associated with other cybercrime activities like selling stolen credit card information. Further digging revealed is linked to a social media profile on Facebook where the attacker has been a little too careless using the same handle. So now that we've gotten the Facebook profile, your team compiles all the evidence gathered from the OSINT, the fake domain, the social media complaint, the information from dark web, and hands it over to law enforcement. The cybercriminals trail has now been exposed, and the authorities launched a formal investigation, eventually arresting the individual behind the phishing campaign. Now, this is a scenario where OSINT is used in cybersecurity. Now, how is OSINT used in law enforcement? Now, the case study that we'll be looking at is using OSINT to help law enforcement catch a human trafficking ring. Now, the background story is that imagine you're part of imagine you're part of an international law enforcement agency tasked with tracking down a human trafficking ring that has been operating across multiple different countries. The trafficking organization is highly organized, moving people across border illegally and operating under the radar. There have been sporadic reports of missing persons, and some victims have surfaced in different parts of the world, but the ring remains elusive. The challenge is clear: gather enough intelligence on this network to bring it down. Traditional investigative methods have yielded some information, but it is not enough to launch an operation, and that is where OSINT comes into play. So, to bring down this type of human trafficking, we need to cover 6 phases of OSINT. So, that we need to identify digital footprint. Second phase is we need to spot the traffickers. Third phase is that we need to gather evidence from dark web forums. And fourth is to track location using geotag photos. Fifth is to break down the trafficking ring. And sixth is to rescue victim and provide justice. So in the first phase, where we want to identify the digital footprint. Now the goal is for the law enforcement was to use OSINT to identify members of the trafficking ring, to track down their operation and gather evidence of their activities. OSINT tools and techniques that could be used could be social media platform, dark web surveillance, and geolocation data. Then we also use facial recognition tool as well. So now, how do we now spot the traffickers in the phase 2? So as part of the OSINT efforts, investigators focused on social media platform where they noticed unusual pattern. Several Instagram accounts were posting photos of individuals who resemble some of the missing persons from different countries. Now, these accounts, however, didn't belong to the victim, but rather to anonymous users. Digging deeper, investigators found that these accounts were connected through a common network of friends and followers who were all linked to known regions associated with human trafficking. Some of these profiles displayed red flags, which is no personal details, vague profile information, and photographs that appear to be taken in remote or industrial area. So by using Montego for link analysis, law enforcement connected this suspicious profile to a larger group operating across several countries. Each of these profiles was tied to specific online activities that suggested illegal movement of people, offering job opportunities in different countries, recruiting model. So we found out that by them offering job opportunities, people are drawn to it, and that is the illegal movement that was used to capture humans. Now in phase 3, we need to gather evidence from dark web forums. Investigators knew that human trafficking rings often communicate and transact with dark web, where anonymity is easier to maintain. Using dark web surveillance tools like the Tor browser and Spiderfoot, the team infiltrated several forums where illicit activities were being discussed. On this forum, they discovered that one particular group had been actively offering services that matched the description of human trafficking. The traffickers use coded languages to advertise their cargo, which is people. So they call cargo people. An investigator pieced together enough information to understand that this group was responsible for moving people across borders for forced labor and exploitation. The trafficker would post encrypted images of the inventory along with coded description of age, nationality, and physical appearance. Now, the OSINT team decrypted some of these images and found that many of these faces match people from the missing person database. Now, phase 4, how do we track the location using geotagged photo? Geolocation techniques, which the investigator used to track down the physical location of the trafficker. Many traffickers, while careful, would post images that had hidden metadata, such as geotagging data, embedded in photo. So by running this photo through tools like EXIF tool, investigator extracted the coordinates and mapped them to specific location. One image, for example, was posted by a trafficker who claimed to be in an industrial zone in an European country. The metadata revealed a different story. The image had actually been taken near an unmarked shipping port in North Africa. This spot became a critical clue as it was known for trafficking up. Using this tool, law enforcement agencies pinpointed several locations where the traffickers were hiding their victim or preparing them for transport. Now, the fifth phase is how do we break down the trafficking ring, right? So, coordinating with the global law enforcement agency, with the evidence gathered from OSINT, social media analysis, dark web surveillance, and geolocation data, the agency has with local authority in several countries, including regions where the shipping port was located. Law enforcement agency launched simultaneous raids on several of these locations, and one of these operations, they stormed a warehouse near the port where multiple victims were being held. Some of these victims were identified as missing persons from earlier reports. The operation also led to capture of several key figures in the trafficking ring, and the evidence gathered through OSINT combined with other investigative methods allow prosecutors to build a strong case against these traffickers, ensuring they were convicted and sentenced to prison. The last phase is how to rescue the victim and provide justice. So dozens of victims were rescued through this coordinated raid, many of whom had been missing for months or even years. They were provided medical care, counseling, and support service to help them reintegrate their society. OSINT had played a crucial role in identifying these victims and bringing them back. The survival story gave law enforcement further insights into how the trafficking network operated, helping them close additional gap in the case and shut down other routes used by the traffickers. Now, the lesson learned is that the power of OSINT in law enforcement agency. So OSINT can be used to track down things globally and geopolitically. Now, from this case study, we can see that the practical application and impact of OSINT. The key lesson learned include the importance of using multiple sources, verifying information, and staying updated with the latest tools and techniques. To summarize, OSINT is a powerful tool for gathering and analyzing publicly available information, and it has wide-ranging application in national security, law enforcement, business intelligence. I'm open for questions.
Hello, my name is Nadia. I'm from Quebec City in Canada. Thanks to CSI Linux to do once again a day for a conference. So my subject today will be fun and OSINT. So information gathering on cyber criminals, whatever it's for DFIR activities or social cause. So it's been already 15 years that I'm in security or cybersecurity. For the last 5-10 years, I'm a lead forensic in digital investigation team in a big SOC teams company in the financial services. But I'm also a professor for 2 college programs here in Quebec City, cyber investigation and also cybersecurity. I've presented several conferences at Hackfest Quebec in forensic and OSINT, and last year I was at the CSI Linux Conference. My certificates CHF from EC Council, CCI, it's Certified Crypto Investigator from the Blockchain Intelligence Group. Also some others from CSI Linux, Att&ck, and OSINT combined. My interests, of course, it's about cyber investigation, forensic, dark web, OSINT, and of course my cat. My cat, her name is Linux, so it's a little female cat with a beautiful name. Today we will talk about open source intelligence. It's a very, very interesting activities that has been growing in popularity in recent years. In my work as a lead forensic in the digital investigation team, I do a lot of forensic analysis of malware-infected laptop, and after I will do some information gathering, OSINT, to know more the criminal web infrastructure of the threat actors, and to do some collect of indicator of compromise. So in my external activities as a huntress, as during a dark web hackathon, that I will talk a lot more later. So we do collection of information from diverse sources, from financial, crypto transaction, of cyber criminal, and information that is transmitted to law enforcement authorities for the arrest of cyber criminals from human trafficking networks or pedo networks, etc. So I'm wearing right now the T-shirt from the anti-human trafficking intelligence initiative. So I will talk a little bit about OSINT tools and techniques for the DFIR part, so threat intel, forensic footprinting, but also about cybercrime to do identification of the threats, to monitor activities or whatever. Some definition, you know that intelligence is a very big thing. So intelligence in military, in cyber intelligence, human intelligence, financial intelligence, geointelligence, signers intelligence, and of course open source intelligence. And I had social media intelligence and dark web intelligence. So it's very big. So open source intelligence is the collection and analysis of data gathered from open source. Very important, it's open source, so it's publicly available information to produce actionable intelligence. It's primarily used in national security, law enforcement, and business intelligence functions, and is of value to analyze who use non-sensitive intelligence in answering classified, unclassified, or proprietary intelligence requirements across the previous intelligence discipline. So we have some methodologies. This one is from the life cycle of intelligence from American government. So we plan to do something. We have some objective. We collect with tools. We exploit everything that we have collected. We do the analysis, and after dissemination and evaluation, everything, and we do the final report. Here it's another methodology is from Cynthia Etherington. I love her. She's from Osmosis. So she talks about that in her last book. It's a crawl methodology. So C for communication. We have to do to communicate with the client. What do you want? After research, data collection from internet, social networks, dark web, yeah. We do the analysis. We are going to interpret the data to transform it into information. So research brings us data, and analysis transform data into something important and knowledge. W, it's we will write the documentation, the final report. And L at the end, because we have to listen the client what he have to say about our job, so about the report. The other methodology from different author. Here I will not read everything, but you see that it's about a client check, personal check, because we have requirement. We need virtual machine, VPN, different accounts, and after we do the collection and verification, reporting. Same thing for email address, but email message. So whatever it's an email that we see for phishing attacks, we need to collect the and analyze the content, the headers, the attachment. It's if it's a bad reputation, email and IP, and also we do a lot of verification, and we do the report. Same thing for an individual, but individual we have to check also the social networks, a lot of social networks, different kind of social networks, and after we analyze everything and do the report. Same thing for OSINT about a company. I forget to translate my methodology name, whatever. So we do the initial search, geolocalization of the company. We do some spider of the website. And we check what employees have to say about the company in social networks. And we do different kind of collect, and we can do also analysis of the media on the image that we have on the website of the company. We have a lot of other mind mapping and methodologies, especially from Michael Basil Intel Techniques, that we have the white one here about the domain name. I love to do OSINT about domain name. It's very fun. OSINT.eu, it's I think it's only in French. It's from France. Very great website also. And also we have a lot of GitHub mind mapping. Here it's from Social Linux. Social Linux will do webinar. I think it's around one per month. Everything around OSINT. And this one, it's a background check approach. Very, very interesting image from Social Linux. And we are, of course, do the background check with OSINT tools or social media tools, intelligence tools. About OPSEC, even if we do the OSINT collection from open source passively, not aggressively, we have without active interaction with the target, so we are passively doing collection. It's important to protect your computer and also identity, so it's very good to use a virtual machine like CSI Linux with a lot of tools. Secure mail account like ProtonMail, whatever. Generator for your identity like the Puppet account tool in CSI Linux, or online tools like Fake Generator, etc. We need VPN, Proton VPN, Express VPN, whatever. So you need to protect yourself and your machine. So we talk about cybercrime, and especially for the first part of this presentation about threat intel. So whatever is following a phishing attack or a malware attack, we will do a collection of indicator of compromission. So we will do information gathering. We will look and analyze the headers, the content of the email, what is the URL, malicious URL. We will look at in the source code, Windows events, registry, and process, everything. So we do a forensic analysis. After the OSINT part of this analysis investigation, we will be able to collect others indicator of compromission, and also threat indicator and whatever. So we need again a methodology like this one from the CIA. It's like OSINT, threat intel, planning, collect, exploitation, analysis, dissemination, and of course feedback, evaluation, and report. So we need a lot of tools. Of course, we have a lot of tools in a virtual machine like CSI Linux, but I also love to use online tools. Here we have a lot of links. And I forget some, sorry, but you have a lot in this list. So I will say abuse IPDB, census, DNS dumpster, domain tools, gray noise, hybrid analysis, IP quality score, Joe Sandbox, Lookiloo. I love Lookiloo. Malpedia, Multiverse, Malware Bazaar, MX Toolbox, the OSINT framework, of course. Robtex, Security Tails, Shodan, ThreatFox, Triage from Recorded Future, URL House, URL Query. Discovered this one just, I think it was this year. I love it. URL Scan, VirusTotal. Go to create a free account for VirusTotal and you will have access to the graph. I love the graph section from VirusTotal. And a lot, of course, others that I didn't list, but you have a lot of choice to use online OSINT tools. So with this website, you will be able to, all the websites, you will be able to do the infrastructure of the threat actor. You will know the IP, the DNS, also the subdomains, and a lot of other information. Here it's some lists of website who talks about the group of actors. You probably know Mitre. Mitre have a lot of a very big database of cyber criminals group. Same thing for Microsoft, Mandiant, CrowdStrike, and some tools like CDU Matrix and the Russian APT tool Matrix, etc., etc. So I will show some OSN that I done. I think it was in 2021, and also I do another times in 2023 about Genesis Market and also XSS Forum. And just to show you what we can do about with the, of course, the diverse OSINT tools, whatever it's online or from CSI Linux machine. So Genesis Market, it's they were arrested last year. They have a rumor that they are again come back in the market. So they were setting fingerprinting information still from laptop. So a lot of tools that we have to know what were at the time, the DNS and IPs and the registrar. And also at that time, in 2021, 2020, Genesis Market have a website with they have done their website with WordPress, and at that time the website was not in good security. I can tell you that if I was a hacker, I will be at that time very easy to hack their website. But OSINT, it's not hacking. Don't forget that. So at that time, they use WordPress. So I was able to at least to navigate in the directory. Not a good thing for them. So a lot of the tools that I will use to do this collect. Here, at that time, they had a Bitcoin address, and with Mitre, I was able to do some to have some information about different Bitcoin address that they have. So it was a good fun. And also, I think I do some social networks. They have Mastodon at that time. Here it was the different Mastodon user of Genesis Market social network. So it was a great thing. The other one, I do it for, it was a virtual course that I was following in January 2022 from Netherlands. It was a sub-organization of United Nations organization, UNICRI, and about illicit trade. And I have done one of my work to do about dark web, OSINT tools, and cyber criminals in the dark web. So I've done another OSINT collection of information about Genesis Market. So they changed at that time their website. I think they saw that their WordPress website was not very, very secure, so they changed it. It was more secure at that time. And also I've done XSS. XSS is a cyber criminals forum. They have a website on xss.is, but also in Tor networks. So I've done a lot of collect about XSS. So we'll come back. Okay. So now I will talk about the anti-human trafficking intelligence initiative for the social cause. It's a very sensible subject, not a fun one. It's American. I think they are from Colorado. So human trafficking, it's sadly people doing the traffic of humans. They are very, very, they made a lot of money, like you see the numbers of profit. In all the millions of victims worldwide, a lot of women and girls, and some men and boys. 54% is sexual exploitation, 38% is forced labor, 8% is other purpose, so including organ trafficking. The Att&ck, Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative, they do a lot of monitoring of different sources, especially on dark web, about cryptocurrency transaction. Example, a cyber pedophile sell materials, CSAM, okay, child sexual abuse material. They are selling product, whatever, and they track the Bitcoin address, and they do OSINT. So here happen the OSINT tools part of the Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative. So they follow we follow the money to fight slavery. So they follow the money and do OSN research, collect about what they have found on the dark web. So whatever it's email address, Bitcoin address, phone numbers, postal address, domain name, IP, business name, whatever. And they do a lot of collect with OSINT tool. So I think it was the first time in 2022, but for me, my first time that I've done a dark web Att&ck, it was in 2023. So I will read, it will be easier for me to explain what is a dark web Att&ck. This hackathon Inspire Tech for Good event is meant for the brightest minds in the industry to yield actionable intelligence with the goal of fighting child exploitation and child sexual abuse material by detecting, investigating, and reporting data found on the dark web and our anti-human trafficking intelligence initiative, CSAM, information sharing initiative. So I saw some conference about the dark web Att&ck in 2022. And I said to myself, one day I will do the dark web Att&ck. So it was June 2023. The dark web Att&ck in 2023, it was 5 days. Yes, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was off day, and Monday. So it was a lot of days that we have some conference, presentation, and also three challenge, CTF, like hacking CTF, but it was for the organization Anti-Human Trafficking Intelligence Initiative. So we have also the chance to have very, very interesting tools. And the tools from big company in US, like Dark Blue. For the dark web Att&ck, we have access of different tools. Dark Blue, the one here, it's a big search engine. You do like in Google, you put your keywords. This one was, we use CSAM, and we check dark web and everything, Tor. And after some seconds, the result will be listed, and all the result, it's the brand new website on dark web that Dark Blue find with the keywords. Okay. So here the example, it's June 16, 2023, and it was a very, very brand new website that was with CSAM keyword. And to this tool, Dark Blue, will go to scan dark web for us. So we never have to open Tor and do some search about website with CSAM material. We don't want to see this picture. So the Dark Blue do the search for us. What we have here is like a summary of the website. We have the onion URL. We have also some details emails, Bitcoin address, and maybe phone number, whatever. So they will show information that we need to have. We don't need to see the ugly picture. After that, we have a dark blue. We will copy paste the Bitcoin address that we have in this summary, and we search in another tool called Clue. And Clue, it's a big database of Bitcoin address that authorities, probably just in US, will add in this tool, with this tool. So even if we see that the Bitcoin address is in this database, we will do the OSINT collect about what we have found. But if the Bitcoin address is not in the database, we will add it, and the authorities will be informed that we have discovered a new Bitcoin address. And here it's relationships between different Bitcoin address. After, we can do some research in Dark Hole. Dark Hole is an American company. They do a wonderful tool to monitor and scan dark web and forums, whatever. So here I was doing a little test with Killnet, the Russian group. So with Dark Hole, we can find a lot of information. So if I have a malicious URL, a .onion website, or an email, I can search in Dark Hole and they will find something. After, we have a Mitre license, a professional license. So you probably already know Mitre. It's a recon tool, wonderful tool. So it was very fun to have a professional license for the dark web at all. And the other tools, whatever it was from the net or in CSI Linux, I use Mailcat, Masto, Phone Infoga, and of course other online websites like Shodan and Spiderfood. Also, Spiderfood, it's in Linux, CSI Linux. So once we have a lot of collect about the Bitcoin address that we found, and we found maybe other stuff, we put it in the Word document or Excel spreadsheet, whatever, and we upload it in CryptoFusion. CryptoFusion, it's another tool that we have access for the dark web at. So we receive an incident report number, and so we do that for every case that we do research. So I think I've uploaded around 10 reports. I was very, very happy. And for the dark web at all, we were around 500 people around, and we were in a team. So I was with 3 people that I didn't know, 2 Canadian and 1 American. So we were 4 people for the first time we do the dark web at all. And we help each other because not everybody was in the OSINT world. So I help a lot my friends in my team. So our team was a Canadian Defender, and I have made a mind mapping to help the other participants, because it was we had a lot of challenge, a lot of tools. So with a mind mapping, it's always easier to understand. So dark blue, big blue, clue, dark hole, OSINT tools, and crypto fusion. That was what we have to do for the crypto challenge. Here it's some visualization that I've done with Mitre and also OSINT combined tool visualization. We had 3 challenge, and I received only 2 badge because they forget the last one. But I finished with my team. We have finished one time the fourth, and another time alone I finished fourth, and I finished also second. So I was very proud of me, but it's of course the social cause behind of that I was more happy to do, and receive also different other badge for the dark web baton as a donor, and also the blockchain forensic certificate that we receive the week before we have to do the blockchain intelligence group certification. So I will show you some example. I still have time to show you some. Of course, I have done masking some information. Like here, the address is not username at, it's something else. So this part of my spreadsheet is the information that I show you that we have from dark blue. Okay, so dark blue, we have, they show us some information about the content of the Onion website. So if the website have an email address, we will have the email address. The Bitcoin address, here we know also it's Nginx Linux server. We have also, here you have the list of all the JPEG in the Onion website. After, we have, I have put here some screen capture about the result of the research of dark blue. So this one, I take it and I said to myself, I will do a case about this one. So you see jailbait, PTC, of everything. So this is another screen capture that dark blue give us. So I do an investigation in dark hole. I took the username and the email address as such in dark hole, and I discovered that this email address is not just in the Onion website that dark blue give us, but other website like you see with kids porn and everything. So I say to myself, perfect, I will do a search about this all the other website, Onion website that dark hole gave me. So like you see, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., etc. So a lot of other Onion website with this email address. Each time on the Onion, that I search here with dark hole, the owner of the website have a different Bitcoin address. What the people told us in this some conference that we had in the dark web Att&ck, they said to us that usually a pedophile on the Onion website, they will use a lot of different Bitcoin address. They will not use the same Bitcoin address for 6 months or 1 year. Maybe for 1 week, the person have a Bitcoin address. Another week, another Bitcoin address. So that's why the tool Clue have millions and millions of Bitcoin address in the database. So here I took, I don't remember if I installed it in CSI Linux or CSI Linux have this tool. Sorry, Jeremy. But the Python tool is Masto. Masto will search in Mastodon network and give us some, if it discover the username that you gave to the tool, it will show you the possibilities of a Mastodon network with this username. Same thing for Mitre. I give the tool the username. Sorry. And the result will give me different email address that this individual may have with this username. It's not 100% good, correct, but we can do more research about that. Of course, we didn't have 10 days or 10 hours to do a case. So I gave in the report the information that I discover, that I collect, but I didn't put 10 hours to do this research. Maybe just 1-2 hours, not much. So, of course, I can do a lot of OSINT research about all the information that this tool gave me, but I didn't have time. Another research that I do in dark hole, I do another search in dark hole with only the username, not the email address that I have, but just the username. And the username gave me another information, another discover about the same username with the email address mailtutor.com. And I said to myself, it's probably the same individual. So it gave us some Onion website with Bitcoin address, and I'm pretty sure that it's the same because you see GB for jailbait. So I was very happy to discover this with dark hole. So I searched the email address that dark hole gave me, this one, with the real username and at mailtutor.com. In Google, just the email address in the search box and discover a jailbait forum with an IP address. So I took this IP address and look at in the OSINT tool that I really like, Lookiloo. And Lookiloo will give me the screen capture of the website. It's a PHP blog. And the PHP blog, the name of the PHP blog was JBait Boys and Girls. So it's a good discover. So I do a lot of other. Here it's the information that Looky-Doo gave me. It's a great tool. And also I do, it gave us also all the different page of the website, so of the PHP blog. I do some shorthand search with the IP address. Very interesting. The PHP blog was hosted in Hong Kong. And I do also census research and find out, it's from Hong Kong. I look at some central ops to check the email address and also to do a prod scan with central ops. So very interesting information that I gather with different OSINT tools. So another, because this one it's already open. The other challenge that we had to do, it's the person from the dark web Att&ck, the team of do the challenge. They send us a spreadsheet with a lot of phone numbers that they do a lot of OSINT research about the phone number. They have the website. They are all from a scam website, and also pig butchering network. And it was a very, very long list. So I took all the phone numbers that he didn't do the research. So like you see, it's 200 lines of phone number that he had some information, but the other one, it was not, he didn't have time to look at every phone number that he have in this spreadsheet. So I took this phone number that was here, and with the CSI Linux tools phone infograph, I do some search about everything that you have in yellow. Here it's done by my research. So it was one of things that we have to do during the dark web Att&ck. Another, yes, here we have, okay, it was this one, yeah. Wait, go there, not this one, here, okay. Pig butchering. So like you see here, it's a lot of folder here. Each folder, it's whatever an IP address or a domain name that we have in a spreadsheet that we receive, and we have to do some research about these IP address and domain name. So I said to myself, I don't want to do a case, just research about just one IP or one domain name. So I said I will take every IP address from the spreadsheet and also domain names, and I will do Spiderfoot. So Spiderfoot in the CSI Linux, I took maybe I was doing 5 scans at the same time in Spiderfoot. It's a great recon tool, and I execute the scan. So I've done this for every IP and domain name that you see here. And I remember I've done this on the Sunday. The Sunday it was a break for all the day in the dark web atom. It was a break for the Sunday, but I said I will do some search. So it was my day for Spiderfoot. And the other research that the other tools that I've done to do my research was a tool, DNSVs online. It's a website, a tool that give you all the DNS information about the website and a link website with the one that you give to search, whatever it's an IP address or a domain name. So I've done this on that Sunday. It was a very long day. So, but it was fun. Here I have a Mitre for just, I think it was just for, I've not done Mitre for everything that I found. I just took 1 or 2 IP address, and with this OSINT combined tool, we just need a spreadsheet with different columns, IP, DNS, domain name, whatever, and it will give us after the visualization. So I've done this for one case. And also Mitre. So I took a CSV from a result of a Spiderfoot recon, and I took this CSV, uploaded it in Mitre and Mitre graph, and it gave me this weird graph from Mitre. So that was the tools and what I've done to in just some minutes that I show you. But it was the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday of the dark web atom that I've done. So it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I cross finger that they will do another dark web atom next year. So just look at from my country here in Canada what we can find about Project Shadow for the its initiative. I will read it here just a little bit. Project Shadow is a public-private partnership to identify and report money laundering associated with proceeds from child exploitation online. So we begin to do something against this thing here in Canada. Learning, if you want to learn about OSINT, I suggest to you your CSI Linux Academy, Osmosis. Osmosis is the first association for OSINT professional. It's Cynthia Etherington this one from Cynthia. Cynthia is a wonderful OSINT cyber investigator. I very love to see her to see her in conference and webinar. The plateforme dédiée à la pratique de l'OSINT here in French. It's from France. I don't know if this website is also in English, but it's a great platform to learn tools, OSINT tool. Here, Investigator Toolbox, it's only for people with a license for a cyber investigator, police, some investigator from authorities and other kind of authorities have a license investigator here in the province or state of Quebec. So I can have access to the toolbox. Other stuff like Intel Techniques, Social Links, OSINT frameworks, OSINT Combine, Tracelab machine, CSI Linux machine, Bellingcat, I love Bellingcat, Plessas, Malfrites, it's a website like OSINT framework. And finally, Sense have done their first OSINT poster. I think it was last September, the release. So finally. About books, well, I still read a lot of books. I love Bellingcat. I love Michael Basil. Sincerity Return here. It's her brand new one. Deep Dive, very, very good. And also the guys from CSI Linux released this one, OSINT investigation. We know what you did that summer. I love it. It's one of my favorite. Links. You maybe know StartMe. StartMe, it's a tool to we access in your account and on different machine or PC, laptop, whatever. So you have access to your links and a lot of passionate people do a lot of StartMe bookmarks about OSINT or cyber threat intel. It's a wonderful tool, so I urge you to have a StartMe account and add some bookmarks. And I give you some here. I will give this PDF to Jeremy to give you access to my information, my PowerPoint presentation. Are the essentials? Some, not all, but some. Bellingcat toolkit, Intel Techniques search tools, Teddington, OSINT framework, Malfrats, OSINT Combine. I run CTI here, so it's all very, very good links. So finish. You can go to send me some thumbs up in LinkedIn. Or if you need just want to talk to me, you can send me an email to my proto mail. Or QTalks. QTalks, it's a crypted tool to chat. You have it in CSI Linux. I discovered because CSI Linux. You have my ID. And please go to follow money fight slavery.org website. You can just donate. You will have a great t-shirt. Or you can donate time like me to do a dark webathon or whatever. And also they do a lot of conference summit during the year. I think they have 3 or 4 days of conference this year, and it's a wonderful initiative, and for a good cause. So that's it for me, and I wish you a wonderful day.
Welcome to Lumen Radio, a tutorial on CSI Linux and OSINT. I'm Ensem Visage and this is brought to you by CSI Linux. Have you ever felt like a puppy in a row of loud sheep, distracted, distanced from the truth? News and media can be manipulated, biased, and incompetent. What once swore to bring intelligence and truth and nothing but the truth now has become an average Marian Joe's worst deceiver. But as the Greek Plato once said,
Το καθήκον ενός ανθρώπου είναι να ανακαλύψει που βρίσκεται η αλήθεια ή αν δεν μπορεί, τουλάχιστον να πάρει το καλύτερο δυνατό ανθρώπινο δόγμα και το πιο δύσκολο να διαψεύσει και να καβαλήσει πάνω σε αυτό σαν σχεδία πάνω από τα νερά της ζωής.
Which translates into get good and find the truth and disprove the untruth. But maybe you believe that you have cracked the code, and now you have found a reliable source of news and you're happy with it. So maybe you are on a quest to find information on your own. Maybe you're something of an investigator yourself. Maybe a programmer, a militarist, a cybersecurity analyst, a journalist on a lease. Maybe you hate surveillance and want to ensure your data and pens are safe whilst hanged out on the balcony to dry. Maybe you're just curious if your beloved partner has cheated or lied to you. Or maybe you actually know why you're here and you want to start learning and be done with this BS. Well, worry no more. This course is for you. So without further ado, let's start. What is open source intelligence? Well, according to sans.org, open source intelligence, or OSINT, is defined as an intelligence produced by collecting, evaluating, and analyzing publicly available information with the purpose of answering a specific intelligence question. Information versus intelligence. It's important to note that information does not equal intelligence. Without giving meaning to the data we collect, open source findings are considered raw data. It is only once this information is looked from a critical thinking mindset and analyzed that it becomes intelligence. For instance, conducting OSINT is not simply saving someone's Facebook friends list. It's about finding meaningful information that is applicable to the intelligence question and being able to provide actionable intelligence in support of an investigation. Another way to look at this is to answer why does this data matter and provide meaningful intelligence about the data collected. Who would use OSINT? Governments, law enforcement, military, investigative journalists, private investigators, law firms, information security, cyber threat intelligence, and social engineers. But what's the ingredient, you might ask? What do I need to start? Well, all you need is a computer, an internet connection, the ability to write and read, common sense, a good comprehension of the news around the world, and the ability to design and run a nuclear reactor on your own. Why CSI Linux? Well, CSI Linux automates the process of data gathering and processing. Analysis has never been easier. 5-year-olds can do it. Basically, this Debian-based OS was created to make your life easier as an investigator. What to start with? Let's start with downloading a software called VirtualBox. What's VirtualBox? Think of VirtualBox as a box in another box that allows users to extend their existing computer to run multiple operating systems, including Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Oracle Solaris at the same time. Just type virtualbox.org on your browser bar, and you'll be there in no time. Magic! By clicking on the blue box, you'll be taken to the next page, just like Doctor Who, where you can choose the variation that you need to download based on your current OS. The rest would be easy as a drunk guy in a bar on a Monday afternoon. Just click next till you install the machine. Amazing! Now we proceed with the CSI Linux. Now all it needs to be done is for you to kindly head to csilinux.com/download and download the latest version of CSI Linux. The format of this file would be OVA. Now verify that the OVA file has completed downloading. Once the OVA file has downloaded, double-click on it and you should see VirtualBox pop up with setup information on the screen. Make sure you choose a location that has enough disk space. For example, some systems have limited space on the C drive, so you can install the VirtualBox on your drive D or an external drive. Now scroll down to make sure that the settings match your needs. For example, you can increase the RAM if you have a lot. Good for you. You can also add more virtual CPUs if your system can handle it. Just do not go above what you have physically available to your primary OS, understandably. Now click on the import button and click on agree. Now just lay back, eat a biscuit, save a bus full of orphans in Gotham City, or take a leak till the CSI Linux is getting installed. Hallelujah! Now that it's all done, just double-click on the box that says CSI Linux, and you'll be golden. As the system is booting up, remember the default user and pass are both CSI till you change it. Remember that a blunt knife won't cut the steak, and Grandma would be disappointed at you over the dinner. So buckle up, open the terminal, and simply type power up. And put in your password. As we said, the password would be CSI as default. This command will update all your Linux components, and you'll be dandy as an alligator. Remember to repeat this process at least once every week and before every investigation. You don't want to go to war with aliens with a broken rifle. This game requires patience, so wait until the thing do its things. And after that, reboot your CSI Linux and you'll be good to go. Wow, you have done plenty already. Good job. Now we can dive into our first practice as an attaboy.
this section of the CSI Linux Conference, we're going to see how the Mitre Attack Top 10 calculator makes it easier to figure out where to focus your security controls. This tool helps you prioritize those security controls by zeroing in on the techniques that threat actors are most likely to use. Instead of trying to cover every possible threat, you can focus your efforts on the ones that matter most, making your defenses stronger and more efficient. We'll walk you through how to use the Top 10 calculator, show step by step how it helps you identify and mitigate against the highest risk techniques. By the end, you'll know how to leverage this tool to better protect your org from common cyber attacks and make smarter security decisions. Let's get started. I used this approach within the last couple years for a client who needed to renew their cyber insurance. I had to find a way for us to demonstrate to the insurers that, well, what I wanted was to make sure that it didn't come across as here's the security guy who simply just ad hoc pulled it out of his brain and just decided, hey, this is typical stuff. I wanted to have an industry standard by which to measure it. So if anything came up, I want to show them here was what we used. This is reasonable. This is rational. It's not just simply made up. So Mitre was an immediate thought, and this right here, this process is what I went through. I won't use any of the real data or any real examples here, but this process is just what I used. We're going to the Top Attack Techniques, the mitreingenuity.org site, and we're simply going to the calculator. We're going to start here on the left with the filters, the NIST 800-53 controls, CIS security, controls, detection analytics, operating systems. The former version of this, you could select none. Now in this one, you can select multiple, you can select single, or you can select all. But with this, you're not able to select 0. But we'll go ahead, just to limit the scope for the NIST, we'll go with the access control 2. In this case, I want to do the CIS security controls. So we're just going to choose, leave it default to choose all the CIS controls. Detection analytics, let's just go with Splunk. And then operating systems, let's just choose a couple heavy hitters, Linux and Windows. Over here on the right, we have the network monitoring components and process monitor, all the different components. So network monitoring, process, file, cloud, hardware. So let's assume that we have decent components. It's all going to change. It's a great calculator. We'll just go with medium. All of these, collapse that, and let's go with generate. Here on the left, you have all your techniques, the top 10, line by line. Just click it, highlight it, and all the details on the right will change. As you go through, you can see here at the top right, you have the actual technique, and then below you have the sub-techniques. And these are important. We're going to take care of this in a moment. We're going to download it as a JSON. But we're going for two things. One is the techniques and sub-techniques. But the other important aspect of making a project so you can focus your controls is the mitigations. Under each of these, you have the final list, the consolidated list of the mitigations needed for this technique and sub-techniques. So what needs to happen? When we download the JSON, it downloads primarily, the view is going to be the techniques. But what we're actually looking for, what we'll end up doing, is taking those techniques and then overlaying the mitigations to show whoever's on your team, plus leadership or whoever might need to see it, what all is covered. So you can show the before, the techniques, and you can show what the mitigations will do with that, what they'll cover. So for each of these, you have multiple mitigations. And a tedious part of this is to go down and take note of each of these. mitigations. Here on the left, you have not scroll down, but click down through them, and you'll just scroll down to choose all the mitigations. Take note of what that is, and that'll come in handy after a while. Go through each of these. That's a big one. You can see a lot of the technique, hijack, execution, flow. What you can also do, you want to keep the top 10, but let's say there's one of these that is not applicable. Let's say scheduled task or job. I don't know, whatever you might have. You can delete that. And so there's actually an invisible list of 11 and more techniques. So you delete that one, and number 11 becomes number 10. So everything scrolls up. So you want to start over here on the left and make sure you have the techniques that would apply to you, and take note of all of the mitigations. And once you've got all those noted, you'll come here, choose download. You could choose download as JSON, put it in your viewer, however you want to view it. But we're going to go with download as navigator layer. Click on that, and you can see that each download, regardless of how many times you do it, it's top techniques navigator layer. So as you download multiples, you can see I've done that. You have the original, then you have 1, 2, 3, and so forth. As an aside, something that I came across in this, which has been coming very handy, is what's called Att&ck powered suit. It's Chrome, Firefox, actually any kind of, all the major browsers, they have it for this. It's simply an add-on, an extension. And here's what it allows you to do when you come across these. If you need to copy and paste these, it comes in very handy for that. Say copy and paste them into your project list. And that's what I did. Excel spreadsheet. I had different tabs with the techniques and the mitigations and the descriptions and the prioritization and all that for a project so people could see it. So you can right click on this and choose Open Att&ck Powered Suit in New Tab. And this opens that so you can look for it. Or if you want to highlight that, whatever, it could be a mitigation, it could be a technique, Att&ck Powered Suit. You can search for M1049. So here it is. It comes up here. You can highlight the summary. You can click the summary. It will copy the whole summary. You can paste that in wherever you want, Notepad or whatever project management. It could be your list or your project itself. So all these different you can go to if you need to actually have the link for that. That is a handy add-on to have when you're doing this. We have the techniques, we have the techniques and sub-techniques, we have the mitigations, we've downloaded the JSON layer, and we have the powered suit installed if you wish to. It's not necessary at all. It's just handy. If you're into Mitre things, I really am into Mitre. A big fan of Mitre things. And now we're going to go to the Att&ck Navigator. When you get there, you can change the theme. Some people, when they look at the white, they think their eyes are going to burn. So you can go dark if you want. For my sake, I'll let my eyes burn here. So we'll go to light. You can create a new layer, open an existing layer, create layer. These bottom two here, we won't go into that. That's much more complex. I want to show you what it looks like. Create a new layer. Enterprise Att&ck. You can do mobile or ICS, but we'll stick with enterprise because in general, that's where we're going. That's where I'm going with this anyway. So this is the new layer. And these are all the techniques and sub-techniques and the tactics. And as you navigate, let's click on one, active scanning. To the right here, this is the default view. There are ways, plenty of ways to change the view. And here to the right, you see these, the bars, you see they're little lines. When you see those lines, there are other techniques, sub-techniques beneath those. So this is how you navigate the different techniques. You can select different techniques Let's go up here with selection controls. We're going to select, let's just do just willy-nilly here, content injection and access token manipulation. So you see here, we have two techniques selected. We're going to go to technique controls, and we want to color those. Again, there's a lot to this. You can color, you can do a range for, depending on how you score it. Well, those are bad. Those are unmitigated. Those are vulnerabilities. And you can see they show across under initial access. You can see the different techniques and ways that can be exploited. So they show up in two different places. This is how we're going to end up doing it. What we'll do right now, let's open a new tab within this. We're going to open an existing layer. Upload from local. Coming down here, where did it go? Let's just do what we just did, the number 3 here. So it says back in the calculator that this is geared for 14, and you can see it notices it here in the latest version. The latest online version is version 15. But we don't want to do that, because when you do that, it shows you different controls that have been added. Some might have been taken away according to what you chose, and then you have to review those. So we're going to keep it simple. We're going to choose no. So here's how it is. It has scoring in the background, and you can see that in the JSON. You can see the different colors, the different scores, and you can modify those within the JSON itself and then recreate this. What we're going to do here, instead of going through all of these, what I've already done for what I chose originally, I've already colored them red, and I've chosen the mitigations and colored them green. So we're going to open those. But before we do that, as you can see, you can highlight over these. Now, again, they're scoring. That's why they're different colors of orange. But even these, you have to look closely. Sometimes you'll see just underlined in yellow. This one, for instance, exploit public-facing application. There's no extra bar by it, but valid accounts has that. Let's expand that. So you can see under that, local accounts, domain accounts, default, and cloud accounts is not part of that. What we'll do, we'll open another existing layer, go to a new tab now that we've seen that. We're actually going to what I did, I just called it top 10 attack techniques, red. Very complex naming scheme. So based on what I had chosen, is I went ahead and colored all of them red, so that whoever's viewing it can see plain as day what is impacted, what the vulnerabilities are, what the exploits could be, what the dangers are. Sometimes you don't want to use red, because red can come across as a fairly jarring color, and it shows terrible. It shows bad, and it doesn't necessarily. You have to. Your company culture depends on your team, who's your audience. With my team, I did red and green. It was fine. There was no kind of issue. But be aware of who your audience is, and they may like to see orange or blue or purple. What is the meaning that comes across for them? It can be an issue. Just be aware of that. So we have all this. Now what I did was I applied the mitigations. We will go back here. Let's search up here. First, we want to deselect, make sure everything's deselected. We're going to search and multi-select. Let's try M1049. I think that was one of them. And MIR. So we're going to select. So you can see, if you saw it, it's hard to taint. It's hard to see sometimes where it goes. Taint shared content, masquerading. You don't want to click anything because it will deselect it. And then command and scripting interpreter. So what we're going to do, while those are selected, we're coming back over here, technique controls. We colored the others red before. We're going to color these green, because this is a mitigation. Once you do that, they're over there phishing. So it mitigates phishing too. So you're starting to see right here, when you overlay that mitigation, when they're able to see, say, an Excel spreadsheet. I'll show you that in several minutes. you'll get to see how it compares, how these mitigations will end up covering everything plus some more. Let's go back to top 10 attack techniques here. What we'll do now that we're back to this red, we're going to open another existing layer, and this is going to be the green. No, and no, we don't want to upgrade to version 15. This makes, in this case, with what I did with the client, this made people happy to be able to see all these. And I did copy them all over here, all the vulnerabilities, the potential exploits, and then to show the green what all it covered. And yes, made people happy. As you see up here, top 10 techniques, if you were to share this view, you can share certain views. And in this case, what we'll do, we'll do the layer controls. So we're going to rename this. If you wanted to rename it within this, just call it green. We've got that, and we're good. We can close that. Let's go back here. This is red. We're going to go to this layer settings. Again, layer controls, layer settings. Scroll back up. We'll call that red. Sometimes the plainer, the better. Red and green. So again, what's at stake and how you can fix it. It might be difficult to share these different links, these different layers, just as a website, because you can share it that way, a shared URL. What I did for my project was to download them as Excel spreadsheets and put those together to show a better picture. And like I mentioned before, I had different tabs, including the mitigations with the definitions, short definitions, make it easy for everybody to understand and read and get through it. And here's what that Excel spreadsheet looks like. Put them together, so you got red and you got the green. So anybody who wishes to compare is free to do so. You can see when it comes down, it's rather wide. It doesn't have the sub techniques, although you can do that. You can include that when you download it. You have the red and the green. You can, of course, use whatever colors you want. Thinking back to what I said a bit ago about they might not like red or green. They might like your company colors. What I decided to do was take a little side trip, go with colors, changing the color. So you have the JSON that you can download. And here it is. I just simply went with the green, just the green JSON for one of the techniques, one of the many JSONs I downloaded for the techniques. This was the original one, and we had overlaid just quickly some green. But you can see here that these are just white, just with yellow, yellow underlined. And in the JSON, with that, the colors are the hex code. So with white, it's FFF, 6 Fs right there. So I found that, I downloaded that JSON, made a copy, and I made it all purple. And so it goes from that to this. So by simply changing the JSON, you don't necessarily have to go through and change all of that by hand, by clicking, by multi-selecting, clicking, and changing the color. You can actually do it from within the JSON. There are certainly many, many tools one can use to determine the vulnerabilities of one's company. It doesn't have to be Mitre. There's a lot out there. Pick a tool and run with it. See what you learn. In this case, for what I did and what I even continue to do, if something like this comes up, this is a good industry standard tool. Some other, you can, for Windows or Linux, if you have Azure AD, if we go back to the calculator, Let's go back a page. The operating systems, there's plenty here. You have Azure AD, you got containers, Google Workspace, and then the infrastructure, software as a service, network. Plenty of options for whatever your attack surface is, whatever tech stack you have. There's plenty to be recommended here that you can generate. And it could, honestly, it can be a little tedious. However, one benefit of all that is I really, and actually being a security person, I enjoyed looking through the descriptions of each of these, the descriptions, the techniques and sub-techniques, learning about some different tools. And even though there's a lot to digest within all of this, as a professional, as a security practitioner, there's a lot of knowledge here. And of course, the more you do it, the better off you are and the better capable you are of securing your organization. I wish you all the best as you seek to secure your company.
Lumen Radio and CSI Linux proudly present a series of unfortunate events, a challenge you cannot resist. We're pretty sure you've got what it takes to navigate the twisted labyrinth created by our minds, the voices. If not, you'll probably be running scared by now, wetting yourself. But be warned, if you get lost in here, you'll start hearing the voices too. The future holds challenges designed to test all you've got. You need to be a Renaissance person to go through this. Not this just going to be about OSINT because of the title. Well, what would be the fun and torture in that? Whatever you do, don't start smashing your keyboard or yelling into the void. It'll just show everyone that you're not really working. Instead, take a deep breath, my child. Deeper. There you go. Find some comfort in knowing that everyone who enters here walks the same path of misery. Once you're in, the only way out is to reach the end, or to close the browser, admitting defeat, and proving that your dad was right all this time, that you could never finish what you start, carrying the L word on your forehead until the end of your days. Shame, shame, shame.
I'm Alex Kohler, founder of Saint Security Group, staff member of CSI Linux, and the creator of Navi. So what is Navi? Navi is an open source AI interface purpose-built for cybersecurity professionals. Navi streamlines complex tasks with AI-driven automation and summarization so users can focus on security without getting lost in technical details. Today, I'll show you how to use Navi and some of its features. So if you want to help shape the future of cybersecurity AI, this talk is for you. Let me fix my terminal real quick. There we go. Give us a little extra space. So, as we can see, we have Navi running on CSI Linux. So what can it do? Let's take a look at commands. Let's see if Navi can run an Nmap scan for us. Can you Nmap scan ports 80, 22, and 443 on example.com? As we can see, Navi is running. So, the scan is now done. And we have two options. We can either see the raw Nmap output, or we can ask Navi to analyze the raw output and give her own feedback on it. Let's ask Navi to analyze this. So what this is going to do is feed the output to the LLM and get a proper summary back in human readable format. So let's let Navi do her thing. So as we can see at the very bottom, we have a more traditional Nmap output. What Navi allowed us to do was analyze the output and give us more details, things that we would have to inference on our own otherwise. So, that's amazing. Let's take a look at this real quick. I'd be happy to help you analyze and summarize the results of this Nmap scan. Summary: Nmap has scanned a single host, example.com, which is up and responsive with minimal latency. The scan was able to identify several open ports on this host. Port 80 TCP, HTTP is open. 443 TCP, HTTPS is open. Unfortunately, the scan also identified one filtered port. Port 22 TCP SSH is filtered, meaning it's closed or blocked by a firewall. Key findings: web server availability. The host has an open HTTP and HTTPS port, indicating that the web server is running on this machine. Potential security risk: the fact that SSH, port 22, is filtered may indicate that remote access to the system is not allowed or is blocked by a firewall. Minimal latency: the scan reported minimal latency, which suggests that the host is relatively close or has low network congestion. Recommendations: based on this analysis, I would recommend further investigation of the web server running on ports 80 and 443 to determine its version, configuration, and any potential vulnerabilities. Additionally, if remote access via SSH is required, it may be necessary to reconfigure the firewall rules to allow incoming connections on port 22. Navi then asks if she can assist us further, and then proceeds to give us the standard Nmap output. So if you're new to the cybersecurity industry, which would you rather have? The standard Nmap output or AI-assisted analysis of Nmap outputs? I think I'll take the AI-assisted. So this being said, the Nmap script is actually what we call a chip. So a chip is a software extension to the Navi interface that allows us to customize and add more capabilities than what is traditionally allowed within the LLM. So, let's take a look at what chips are currently installed. Chips list will bring up the list of currently installed chips. So we have Navi Nmap and Navi Cryptex. So let's drill into Navi Nmap real quick. So, chips, Navi Nmap will actually bring up a little blurb regarding the Navi Nmap chip. So we see we have the latest version installed, the name, the description, a clickable URL, as well as the owner, your version, the latest version. If there's an update to this chip, this text will actually change to there's an update available. Updating chips is really easy. All you have to do is type in chips update chip name. As well, I had mentioned that the URLs are clickable, which means you can actually go to the user's repo and the chip itself and see more information about the chip. So let's take a look at what chips are overall available for Navi. Chips, search. This will come up with a list of presently available chips across all of GitHub. So you may be asking, alright, I built a chip. How do I put it on the list? That's really easy. All you have to do is start a GitHub repository, set the tag to Navi-chip, all lowercase, and create a release package for the chip. As of that point, Navi will actually be able to bring it up within the search list. So, we noticed earlier that Cryptex is actually already installed. So for sake of argument, let's actually go through uninstalling and reinstalling a chip. So, one thing we can do to see what commands are available for the chip system is just type chips. So, as we saw earlier, chips list will bring up chips list. Once again, we have Nmap and we have Cryptex. Let's uninstall Cryptex. So, chips, uninstall, Navi, Cryptex. Don't worry, there's a reason for this. Now once again, we go into chips list. We only have Navi Nmap, so let's chips search Cryptex. We see Navi Cryptex is available. You'll notice that I did a specific query for a very specific chip this time, as opposed to just the general search. So there are multiple ways that you can search for chips. So let's install Cryptex again. Chips, install, Navi Cryptex. Navi will go through the process of installing. And now we are once again at the Navi banner. So, chips list will bring up. Navi Cryptex is once again here. Let's take a look at Cryptex. To get to Cryptex, all we have to do is type in Cryptex. As we can see, Navi gives us a little bit more help at the very bottom. Cryptex cipher shortcode. So we have all these ciphers in the list, as well as their shortcode off to the side. Let's take a look at hex. Cryptex hex. Oh. I made a boo-boo. Well, this is a good time to show off one of the other features. We have the ability to command scroll within Navi. So, you can actually type the up and down arrows to get back to previously done commands. and we can also move left to right to edit them as needed. So let's fix this typo and pretend that never happened. No arguments parsed, but here's the help for the requested cipher. And as we can see, we have multiple things that we can do with an individual cipher. So let's just go with the example. Cryptext's hex, spelled properly this time, encode, and text. So, hello world. Bam! Navi then encodes it for us. So let's quickly copy this, and just to full Monty it, let's go back and decode this. So, tac D, we will delete hello world, and we'll punch in the ciphertext. Done. Hello world. Let's clear the screen real quick. So one of the other things that we can do to see what is installed on Navi is type nhelp, as indicated at the top. This will bring up a more informative version of, well, it's a help file. It'll bring up more information. So we see here that we have nmap installed, we have cryptex installed, we have the chip system installed. That's actually really useful. It also comes up with the various aliases for things. So for instance, if you build a chip that has an alias variable, it will show up here, as well as the description of said chip, as well as the command behind said chip. That's cool. So one of the things I also want to show off is actually a newer feature. Let's exit terminal real quick, or not exit the terminal, but exit Navi. Thanks for stopping by, CSI. And let's clear the terminal real quick. So one of the things that we just added to Navi is the ability to query Navi directly from the command line using the background LLM, which is, as of this point, Llama 3.2, running remote on a server that I have at home. So, let's generate an example real quick. So, let's do a typo on Python. Pytho3 hello.py. So obviously, this is going to say Pytho3 command not found. So let's see if Navi can help us, and copy this real quick. Navi Att&ck. I ran into this issue while trying to run a Python script. Paste that in. And end quote. Let's see what Navi can gather from this. Just like that, we have access to Navi's underlying LLM directly in the terminal without actually entering the Navi CLI interface. So, let's take a further look at the LLM itself. So, Navi Edge. Hello there.
I was about to say good morning.
So as we can see, Navi actually gave us a very basic output for hello there. That's interesting enough. So let's dig deeper. What type of information does Navi currently have? As of this point, we can ask for things like telling us about cryptography, for instance, since we were just using cryptex. Let's see what she has to say. Explain cryptography for me. And what this will do is send the request to the server in the background and give us back a proper response. So while we're doing this, let's talk for a minute about the future of Navi and where we see things going. I'm a very staunch believer in transparency within open source software. And something that we see commonly within the cybersecurity industry is a bunch of AI tools popping up, but none of them really are open. You can't get to the data, you can't get to the stuff that comprises the LLM itself. So the future of Navi is going to be a custom built 1 to 3 billion parameter local first AI model that is going to be running RAG as well. So what this means is, with it being local, we will have better security, more transparency. It should run smoother on most consumer grade hardware because it's only going to be 1 to 3 billion parameters. And the RAG system that we are intending to have in place will work similar to the way chips work. So users will be able to pick and choose what data they want to have. So, for instance, let's take CSI Linux. CSI Linux deals heavy in digital forensics. So what this means is we can actually curate a custom RAG set for digital forensics that'll be comprised of various data points for that specific discipline of cybersecurity. So one of the other things that I'm hoping to do is have a curated data set just for CSI Linux that will allow Navi to understand the system itself better. So this is what I mean by the future of cybersecurity AI. When I set out to create Navi, I wanted to create something that was useful to the entire field. Something that would become a resource for everybody. And I think to this point we've done pretty good at that. So that being said, I want to start a new initiative. I'm sure you've seen this up here. I'm wondering why there's a random Chrome tab open throughout the course of my entire video. And that is to introduce the Navi training repo. What I want to do is offer users a chance to contribute data to the Navi project. That's where Navi's true strength lies. It's not with me. It's not with any one operating system. It's with the people who use it. It's with the community. Through the chip system and through the future Navi local model, we're primed to make some waves within the industry. So, if you're interested in helping the project, one thing that we need is reliable training data. Reliable training data that people can have access to, that is open to the public, that it's fully transparent. So over time, I want to build this repo out to be a resource for people within the cybersecurity community as well. Not just for Navi, but for other people who might be working on other AI projects. As well, until it's all over, I'm planning on having a full wiki within the repo here that will go over how we trained the model, how we basically all the details that go into everything that made Navi's training possible. So, with all of this being said, I want to thank everybody for tuning in to CSICon. I want to thank CSI Linux in particular for giving us a platform to grow on. And above all, I want to thank the users, the people who helped me beta test Navi, the people who gave us ideas, the people who contributed their time to the project. So thank you all, and I'll see you again soon. Hi there, Alex again. I had a couple of questions come up since I actually recorded the video, the main presentation. So let's get into them. Number one, what is the history of Navi, and what is the inspiration? So, contrary to popular belief, Navi actually pulls a lot of inspiration from the Mega Man series. Now, this might be a letdown to everybody who believed up to this point that it was Legend of Zelda, with the, hey, listen, no. So, there's an alternative Mega Man series called Mega Man Battle Network. And in this series, we see smartphone-like devices that are AI capable, much like what we have today with, the big two, at least, because, we don't talk about Bixby. So, Navi pulls a lot of inspiration from that series. In the series, we have these smartphone devices with AIs on them. These AIs are referred to as NetNavis. So, I spent a lot of time as a kid thinking it would be really cool to make one of these. Make it real. Now, back then, it was thought to be impossible. Never happened in our lifetimes. That's sci-fi. But nobody could have predicted where we'd be today. With the abilities that we currently have, with the technology that we currently have, and the technology that is currently evolving. So Navi pulls its inspiration from a video game that I played as a teenager. Now what was cool about the NetNavis in the video games was, in a way, the whole series is almost a allegory for what we see in today's cybersecurity. It's a very cautionary tale of AIs and viruses. Now, obviously it's blown up and out of proportion compared to what we see today, but the NetNavis had one specific priority aside of doing the traditional things that we get with today's cell phone AI. They were designed to basically do virus hunting. So, not only do you have an AI, but you also have built-in antivirus. And the main combat mechanic of the game was to actively combat the viruses. All the while, I'm sitting here playing these games, I'm thinking to myself, it would be so cool to make this real. So, that's where Navi's inspiration comes from, and a little bit of the background history. One of the other questions that was asked was, how do you install Navi? So, we have the install. It's presently already cloned onto this device, so let's jump in here. ls, we see there is an install directory, and you hit /install.sh. Now mind you, this process is the same across the board with all Debian-based Linux systems. We are in the future planning on giving this ability to more of a range of Linux systems, but for now we're sticking to Debian because Debian-based systems are what's most supported in the wild. So, this is how we do install. As of this point, Navi is cloned onto the device through git clone, and we're in the Navi install folder. So, install.sh, and it will run through the process of getting Navi installed. Let's expand the window, Bam, Navi is installed. So, to check what Navi version you have, if, say for instance, it's already installed on the device, you would simply type Navi, which will check the current version and grab whatever the current release is on the main branch. Now, for the sake of what we're doing here, we're going Navi Edge. So we're currently at version 0.6.5, as indicated up here. That's more or less how we check what version we have at the moment. So I'm going to hit exit, come out of here. How do you see if Navi is installed? Well, the easiest way would be to cd/opt/Navi. And if we have this folder on the system, it has been installed. So we can ls to double check everything's here. And there we go. So Navi is in fact installed. Ah, cool. So this version does include the Navi version file. So we can actually also check what Navi version is installed by going .navi version from within the opt/Navi directory. That's cool. So, another question that was asked was, how can Navi help during an investigation? So, in the world I see, Navi will, at a future point in time, have the ability to actually access the CSI cases folder as a form of RAG. So what this means is Navi will be able to reference whatever documents are in that folder, or even go as far as, say, referencing a very specific case within the cases folder. So Navi will have context of what those cases are, and you can ask Navi questions about the cases. So that's one way that I see Navi being useful to investigations, as well acting as a second set of eyes. So going back on that RAG concept, say you're doing an investigation about, let's say, bank fraud. We'll go with bank fraud. And you somehow gather up the access, or somehow gather up the files required to cross-reference the bank's customers as well as the account numbers for those customers. Through RAG, we are able to get Navi to, say for instance, we could query it to say, hey, look into this specific case. I want to know what transactions Joe Schmo initiated on, the second Tuesday of last week. So that's a hypothetical. The other hypothetical is okay, I want to see if Joe Schmo sent Billy Bob any type of money within the last 3 weeks. And Navi should be able to pull that data and correlate it so you can use it to quickly reference certain things within documents. So the general notion here is we're using AI to do a mixture between automation and rapid investigation. So in order for us as investigators to look into that type of activity, yeah, there's ways you can filter things down. You can get to it pretty easily. But otherwise, it would take, human eyes with proneness to not missight, but proneness to error. We'll say human error. It could take a little while. Lord knows there have been times where I'd look at code for 3.5 hours trying to figure out why isn't this doing the thing. And of course, roses are red, violets are blue. Expected semicolon on line 42. So there's that whole aspect. There's a few ways I can see Navi being of use to investigations. Those are just a couple that I wanted to bring up. So this brings us to where Navi is right now versus where it is in the future. Now these two topics are going to kind of bleed into each other. Navi right now runs on a centralized server that I currently have access to here at home. It's an on-prem server. It's been designed from the top down to handle artificial intelligence training, as well as, for the time being, serving artificial intelligence models. So whenever you talk to Navi, you're actually pinging the server here at home. It's cool, it's effective, it works. It actually works really well for the case of CSI's current virtual machine setups. However, in the future, we are putting a heavier emphasis on local AI. So, as of this point, Navi is running Llama 3.2 on the back end. And it's cool. It does the trick. It does what we want it to. However, we want to make ourselves unique. We want to branch into building our own custom AI model from the ground up. After much deliberation, we decided let's go with the local route. So in order to build a stable local AI model, it can't be more than 3 billion parameters. Now, it can if your local machine is a super beast. So for instance, I can easily run an 8 billion parameter model on my server because I have an AI card built for artificial intelligence work. But to do that on my laptop, it would chug. And it would chug hard. It wouldn't surprise me if after a while it got to the point where the computer started overheating because you're relying strictly on the processor in most consumer grade hardware. Now by consumer grade I mean like laptops you can buy off the shelf. Things that don't have discrete graphics cards. So yeah, you can get away with using whatever the latest NVIDIA, GTX, RTX, whatever it is. You can get away with that, and it'll do the trick better than just a CPU. But for people who don't have gaming spec computers, we need to take that into consideration. Also, we need to consider the fact that CSI runs primarily on a virtual machine. So, in order to make Navi run as best as possible, we are focusing not on how big we can make it, but how small we can make it while also maintaining usability. Now, one of the things we're going to lean heavy on, as I explained in the actual talk, is the use of RAG. So, retrieval augmented generation. So what this means is Navi will be set up to look at specific folders. And in those folders, Navi will be able to reference the documents in them. So we made mention to this idea of a almost like the chip system that I demoed earlier, only for RAG, and the ability to download sets of data for RAG. So one of the things I want to make sure of is in the CSI version that Navi has the ability to reference the cases file. That way, like I said previously in this talk, Navi has the ability to kind of have a... what's the best word I'm looking for here? Yeah, Navi can reference the cases. Navi can actually pull information from the cases and then interpret it in its own way. So in order to use RAG, we have to focus on local first AI. It's not easy to do on a server-based system. Can it be done? Yes, but it's not as secure, because then you're not just shooting a query to an outside source. You're shooting a document, or even a series of documents. So, local first, heavier security, the ability to have better control over what knowledge the AI model has to begin with, as well as more customized tweaks through RAG. So I feel like that's the future of where Navi's going. Now, as time goes on and as Navi gets more popular and we're able to build out more systems and this and that and the third, I do want to build bigger AI models with Navi. I want to build an 8B model, a 30B model. You know, I want to see it grow. And a lot of that's going to come down to not just me, but the community at large. So, you know, it's not so much a single person show here. Now, thankfully, I have one of the best developers I could possibly think of helping me out directly with the Navi project. V, here's your shout out. What's up? He has been a huge, monumental resource in helping push Navi's development so much further than I alone could have done. Just through his additions alone, we have the new Navi chip system, and it is phenomenal. It is so much better than I could have imagined on my own with the amount of time that I've had. Because the original chip system, it was very PR based, like, oh, here's a repo, upload your single Python script to this repo. No, the new chip system allows you to create full projects, full applications for Navi. It's not just single scripts anymore. It is, you think it, you can build it. And that is phenomenal. So by the time this talk comes out on the conference, I will have the Navi wiki updated to reflect all the new knowledge and all the new aspects of the chip system, as well as all the new aspects of Navi itself. So, that's great. Anybody who's looking for that information, it's on the Navi GitHub under the Wiki tab. As well, if you run into issues, feel free to pop an issue. We'll look at it as soon as possible. As well, there's a discussion board, and you can also find us on Discord in the CSI Linux Discord. So everybody, once again, thank you for retuning in, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome to Att&ck, the immersive cybersecurity universe. Imagine stepping into a world where every choice matters, where the digital frontier comes alive, and where cybersecurity meets real-world storytelling. This world is called Att&ck, a dynamic, immersive universe created by the CSI Linux community to revolutionize the way we learn, teach, and engage in digital forensics and cybersecurity. In Att&ck, you won't just read about security breaches or forensics, you'll live them. This universe mirrors real-world events with minimal twists, giving users a chance to experience investigations, operations, and labs that reflect genuine challenges faced in today's digital world. It's more than just a simulation. Att&ck is where theory meets practice, and practice creates expertise. The factions of Att&ck. In this digital landscape, the lines between education, entertainment, and real-world application blur. You'll encounter 5 major factions, each with their unique strengths, motivations, and specialties. These factions represent critical facets of the cybersecurity world, giving you a chance to dive deep into focused, story-driven scenarios. Assassin's Guild, experts in stealth and cyber intrusions, this faction thrives on precision. Their operations mirror covert cyber attacks and advanced threat tactics. Cartels, they mimic dark web marketplaces and organized cybercrime, providing a window into the black market dynamics of illicit goods and services. Financial Feathers, masters of cryptocurrency and money laundering, this faction challenges you to trace digital footprints through the complexities of modern finance. Terror Owls, representing both domestic and international threats, their actions echo real-world terrorism, requiring you to thwart their plots with cyber intelligence. Owl trafficking syndicates, these shadowy networks deal in the illegal trade of information and resources, providing a platform for learning how to dismantle complex trafficking schemes. There are several more factions, with some characters having a crossover in 2 to 3 factions. Each faction within Att&ck offers you a glimpse into the intricacies of global cybersecurity, combining the thrill of the unknown with the rigor of real-world skill building. Making waves, building a movement for cybersecurity. Att&ck isn't just a platform, it's a movement. Our goal is to create an engaging, immersive learning experience that attracts learners, professionals, and cybersecurity enthusiasts. By integrating real-world tools, techniques, and technologies into every simulation, we're pushing the boundaries of education. Here, you'll interact with the same tools used by professional cybersecurity experts, from digital forensics software to dark web investigation tools. Whether you're new to the world of digital forensics or a seasoned investigator looking to hone your skills, Att&ck is your playground, your battleground, and your classroom. It's a space where every operation echoes the challenges of the real world, where every decision counts, and where every action prepares you for the next step in your journey. Disclaimer: the characters, events, and situations depicted in this video are fictional. Any similarities to actual persons, living or deceased, or real-life events, including those who may have been convicted of crimes, are purely coincidental. The intent is not to reference or imply specific individuals, even if names or circumstances appear similar. Join us in Att&ck, where the future of cybersecurity is waiting for you.
Welcome to the 2024 CSI Linux Conference. In this session, we're going to go over CSI Linux's artistic endeavors. I thought about calling it creative endeavors, but everything that the team does is creative, what with all the Linux specializations, case management system, collections of tools, and many other aspects. In this session, we're going to cover some of the tools and ideas used in the story and education aspects of CSI Linux projects and challenges. We'll discover some free tools, write an outline and basics of a story, create characters, check for plagiarism, generate useful images, discover a world map, and create CSI Linux challenges. For intellectual property and copyright protection, I won't tell what we'll actually be doing, but I'll go over some tools and some of the processes. We're writing stories, even novellas, to make information security and cybersecurity more entertaining. But the purpose is education and information, not entertainment. In the literature, we'll be building dossiers on different people and groups. People get hired by a particular group, and the individuals learn along the way whether they actually want to remain with the group. Various stories will be based on and include real details from real scenarios, but all names are changed. Any coincidence is just coincidence. The individual characters are highly trained in their own fields and specializations, which is what makes them exciting and noteworthy in the first place. Throughout each story, there would be varying degrees of cybersecurity education, particulars on GPS tracking, scripting in Python, searching in Shodan, radio signals, just to name a few. For example, what I'm working on now has screenshots of Shodan searches and examples of Google Dorks. And because the examples are made up, companies, titles, names, it's not possible to get real data for each, but we provide at least what the prompt or the command might look like. And again, a disclaimer. All scenarios and case studies are fictional. Names of individuals, including victims, have been changed to respect privacy and avoid identification with any real persons, living or dead. Let's get started. Why stories? They're just better. There's plenty of official and anecdotal research to demonstrate that stories simply work. For example, here, this Team Avalon comic series about e-discovery, naughty and nice list. So we have a 4-panel, 5-panel comic here that in pretty short order shows the trouble that can happen legally all around when forensics is not done properly. Pretty quick lesson right there. And also something I made up the other day just with Storyboard. That is a free subscription, simple comic maker. This is a lot easier to read and to get across, at least a lesson learned about the importance of proper digital forensics, about the chain of custody in just 3 panels instead of 3 pages of documentation. And why this way also? Why stories? Again, education and information, not just entertainment. In this presentation, we won't build an actual cohesive story. That takes a lot of time and attention to detail. I'm here to demonstrate tools and techniques, and that leads to different artistic styles in writing and art. Our modern day culture, not much has changed in any culture regarding this. So thinking of culture, about the importance of stories, if you look up Kamishibai, learning an ancient storytelling art, you can just look up the word, plenty of information. There is, you'll come down here, it is what considered an ancient art. I've read it, the 8th century, the 12th century, 1700s. However, there's a long time, but even before the digital age, it's a way of storyboarding and getting across lessons, education, using this old story. Here you can see up here storytelling art used in temples by monks using paper scrolls revived in 1920s through the 1950s. Storytelling, visual storytelling for education and information has been around for a long, long time. But and it continues even today. So our modern day culture, like many others, is visual. Our modern day culture wants fun, and we need education, both general and professional education. People need to know particulars in cybersecurity, information security. It's easy to say, well, let's be secure and let's make sure we handle data properly. But for those in the information security field, there are a ton of acronyms, all kinds of technologies that need to be taken into account, and there need to be particulars and specifics given to the reader, to the learner, to the student, or even just the professional, trained professional. There are plenty of options for knowledge transfer all over the place, PDFs, papers. We wanted to make this fun. We're going to go over various tools. Some of the tools that we're going to use, you've heard of, probably used. We're going to use ChatGPT for idea generation, outline creation, and other items. Perplexity for much the same thing, including research assistance. Midjourney for art. We're going to go over Incarnate for maps. SOC Radar for getting a feel for the threat actors and various qualities and techniques. The TTPs are going to go over QText for plagiarism, Lumi for challenges and H5P generator, and Twine for branching narrative. Let's create a story first. We're going to use ChatGPT to create an idea, an outline, and main characters. So let's put this in here. Create a techno-thriller story idea featuring a protagonist who enjoys manipulating people. That story should involve a central conflict where he's out to create a smear campaign against a former undercover agent. Include an unexpected twist that challenges the protagonist's belief or goals, the setting of space exploration, and consider how intellectual property plays a role in the narrative. And we're going to just watch as ChatGPT gives us a name. We got the setting, the protagonist, the central conflict, and the former undercover agent. You got the twist going on here. You got the climax of the story and the final twist. Got the themes going on. Now, the reason we're watching all this go through, I need to copy it over. We're going to copy it over to WordPad, actually, because this will come in handy later on. We want to check for plagiarism. This is part of the whole ethics of using AI and writing. And it's always been this way for plagiarism. You don't want to just steal someone else's stuff. We're all familiar with AI and training on the data that it's offered. So we want to be cautious with that, but it's great idea generation. There's this recent saying that ChatGPT has become Google and Google has become ChatGPT. Our next step here, so we've created the overall view here. We're going to go with another prompt. We're going to do an outline builder. We've got the main story. And this is not exactly like what was before. Like I mentioned, we're not building a cohesive story. But I'll get this going. So act as an outline builder for this techno-thriller novel, rather novella. A novella is, it's around 30,000 words total. It could be 30, 40, 50,000. It has 6 to 10 chapters, maybe 1, 2, 3 scenes per chapter. So it can be fairly, you can narrow it down a lot as far as what's needed for each chapter. You see it's giving chapters 4 through 7 is given a chapter by chapter outline, plot, character development, and conflict, and various incidents for each of those. So it's very good at getting these down. because each story is very predictable as far as the outline. If you look up novel or novella or science fiction fantasy or any of the genres, you'll find that there is a pattern to them, and it's the individual items that make all the difference. With this, it's now done. We're going to copy that and go over and paste it into our document. Now, the last one we're going to do here is we're going to create two main characters. Keeps wanting to put a file in there. I'm not sure why. So in this, just thinking of excitement, getting two characters in here, using Jack Ryan of the Tom Clancy fame, and then Sidney Bristow from the TV show Alias, that kind of idea. People who are highly trained, and we're not trying to be Tom Clancy, or we're not trying to be writing an award-winning TV script, but this gives it that feel. And if you ever ask ChatGPT or Perplexity or any of the other AI writing tools, if you ask it to do it in the style of such and such author, they do a pretty good job of changing the style. While that's still going, you might wonder why ChatGPT, why not Perplexity for each of these? For me, I find ChatGPT to be much more creative. Perplexity is great for research. It is creative, but it adds all those extra links. And I know we could argue all day about which one is better. I've found that pick a tool and go with it. Pick a tool, pick a flow, and just go with those. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then there are plenty of options to switch. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go over to Perplexity. We're going to get into some technical details. So we're going to ask it, what would the nmap command be to do an intent scan of the fictitious domain worlddominator.com? I like Perplexity for this because it gives a lot of extra detail and it gives a lot of related links and related prompts to it. We're going to ask ChatGPT the same thing. And I like how it automatically took out the image. It knew it couldn't upload it, so it gets rid of it. What I like about ChatGPT for what we're writing is what you just see right there on the screen. You see it gives the block code as if it was in the console itself. And so that's what I like, taking screenshots of that, putting those over, and it adds some color. It breaks up all the text that is in there. So with ChatGPT and Perplexity, there is a good amount of variety, or actually kind of gives a fuller view for what you're looking for. The next prompt we're going to do is about the showdown entry for worlddominator.com. I didn't even look it up. Is worlddominator.com a real thing? I don't know. We're going to ask this the same over here. And while that's coming up, we'll come back and you'll see, very handy. This goes right in. And so part of the education part, you put it right there in the story, and as while they're reading through it, you can tell you're teaching at the same time that you're interacting with the character as far as what they're looking for and what they're doing. And over here, a lot of extra detail and extra prompts from Perplexity. Thank you, Perplexity. And now the last one, and this is all I always enjoy seeing this. This is Recon NG. So we're going to ask, how would I use Recon NG to search for information on worlddominator.com and ChatGPT, and we'll see what those come up with. And I like how they go line by line. The Recon, create the workspace, you add the domains, so it is step by step. And while you're reading the story and interacting, and hopefully you'll be inspired by the art that's in these, people can also go to these and they can look, oh, okay, that's how you do that in Recon NG. That gives me more detail. And same over here with Perplexity. So we are going to add a little more. We're going to go from technical back. We're going to go back to being Perplexity here. We're going to ask it, go on a tangent here. Cyber thriller story, looking to perform digital reconnaissance of the leader of the Anonymals. It's something I came up with. I don't know if there's anything like that for real. So where would we find information on these fictional thugs? So you see search social media platforms, court records, criminal databases. So you can search online and various things, but maybe one thing that comes to mind as you're reading it are, what are public databases that could be searched? Now, we don't want ChatGPT to feel left out. So we are going to do the same thing over here and let the hamsters do their wheel spinning, do the work over there. We're going to come back, or while it's doing that, let's come back over to Perplexity and ask it, what are public databases and government websites that she or he, whoever, that the agent could search. The agent. Sorry, I'm making notes right here. I had done that for something else, and so I want to adjust that. And let's come over to ChatGPT and make the robot work. Make the robot work for us. And it doesn't want to do it concurrently. That's okay. So let's do that. All these things right here, we don't need to put over because this is more just information, and it's not something that would really be considered part of the story. But when I write the story, that's important to have taken over or put into, it'll be Q text for plagiarism checking. So we're going to wait till this finishes here. So this section here, we've created the story, created the outline, we created the idea, we've built the outline, we've created a couple main characters, and gotten some technical entries on this. And this is still going, which is great about this. This gives plenty of information for a story to tell, our story, your story, to be able to tell, hey, this character goes into Pacer, this character goes into the DOJ, looks at Edgar, have it been pwned. A lot of information here. So these stories also, in using this, as we write them, as you write your own stories, then you can actually learn. We actually learn from writing and teaching, educating ourselves. Perplexity is all done. And now we're on to the next section. In this section, we're going to go over art. We're going to work with Midjourney. So our first prompt here is, imagine crew members on a space station hovering over a space city in the style of Yves Ventru. While that's starting here, a couple great sites for prompts. This midlibrary.io under styles, and then promptlibrary.org. Changes every time, especially prompt library. You never know. So let's look here. Go in this, click on that picture, comes up. So love if viewed as an alien city, aspect ratio of 4:7, version 6. So copy that and adjust it as you want, whatever it might be. And then over here, the different styles, you just simply William Tillier, Vincent Laforet. Any of these, they're both specific and just general, such as traditional scroll painting. And you can do any of these styles. And whatever image, whatever you want to imagine in the style of. whatever it might be. And so one I like here is the Eve Ventru. So we got 4 images. If you're not familiar with Midjourney, then it automatically gives you 4 images, unless you, I forget what it like, you vary or you upgrade the different options that you have down here, the lower right, upscale, vary, get different things. So now we've created an overview of that. Now let's get a little more specific. We're just simply going to imagine a spaceship. We've got the city. Imagine a spaceship in the style of Fitzhenry Lane. You've got the stylized version and the style. Not just the particular style, but a little more general artistic style. While that's coming up, we'll also feed it another. Again, it's doing all the work. So let's imagine Jack Ryan and Sidney Bristow piloting a space cruiser, whimsical animation, gunmetal. So we've got the city, we've got the spaceship. We're getting a little more specific, looking at who's piloting it. And this next one, again, it's not a cohesive story here. We're getting out of the usual that we've gotten so far. So just imagine a digital forensic expert sitting cross-legged on the floor looking at the camera, and then aspect ratio 16:3. That is good for creating a banner. So while that's going, let's look at what we've got. We've got the space cruiser here. We've got the different styles. You can use the arrow key to go through, arrow to the right, some different styles. And if it's not quite what you want, you can upgrade, you can vary, you can even have it redo it. But 4 different styles, realistic to very cartoony. So here we have this digital expert on the floor. It can be a little hard when you have the aspect ratio. You can see it cuts off the top of their head because it's trying to get a full person in view, and yet it's a squished version. But you could use, let's see, if we did that without that aspect ratio, we can see what we'd get from that. And while that's coming up, as we're building these characters, we've gone all the way from the general story down to a specific character right here, this digital expert, the D for expert. Getting into the specifics, it could be threat actors, or it could be good guys or bad guys. I like SOC radar and Mitre attack for some specifics. I mentioned earlier we're going to build a dossier, which we'll come up to here in just a few minutes. I really like SOC radar because it shows the target countries, the target sectors, and the attack types, and it shows the TTPs. It gets very specific with these, and I love their art. Good artwork there. And we don't want to copy these, but in creating our own characters of different kinds, we get a sense for, in the story, where are they coming from? What are they going to do? How are they going to attempt to compromise or breach a company and steal data? And that will tell what kind of defensive capabilities that other characters would need. And then Mitre, of course, has all these groups. So getting inspiration for the names and the attacks, right, the TTPs for all of that helps build the dossier. Well, we've got this. Let's go back, see what was created. So you can see here in Midjourney, fits a lot better in the screen. It's square, so you wouldn't use it as a banner, but it could give inspiration for creating these characters. So we've got the character, and we've got the TTPs and the targets and the attack types. And all this leads to this sample dossier. So I just saved it as an image. I'd already created it because this takes a little bit of time to come up with all the details and get the image just right. So here it is. You got a sample dossier. So this would be someone that a character could be going after, and it really helps having even just this simple example to be able to have something to go off of, and for the characters in the story to proceed. For me, it can be difficult with amongst all this detail to get a picture of the whole world, of what actually is going on, or the region. One thing I found helpful is to use a map. Now I use Incarnate. There are other map programs. I'll show a few in just a minute. But for me, it helps just to get a layout. Now with Incarnate, it's all fantasy world. There is a space option. There's no modern cityscape, but that's okay. For me, this is one I did for another story. It's not in this setting, and this is obviously all fantasy, but it helped me get a view, just to get an idea of where certain buildings were, where the threat actors might be. You see some caves there in the mountains, and to get an idea of the landscape, of the weather, of the cityscape, what it could look like, with dividing lines and so forth. Some other map programs that could be beneficial are Asgar's Fantasy Map Creator, Watabu, and Metro Map Maker, and Worldographer. There are many others out and about. If it works, no problem. But I mean, if it works, great. If it doesn't work, that's no problem. For me, this is a paid subscription because I do other stuff with my family and personally anyway, with various maps. And like I said earlier, if you find a tool and it works, then go ahead and use that tool. There's nothing wrong. Choose your tool, find your workflow, and find out what works best for you. I mentioned before that we were going to do a plagiarism check. So let's go here, select it, select all those, make sure I've got it selected. And then we're going to go to, if I can find my browser here, we're going to QText. I use QText for all my writing. And we're going to go ahead and paste this in there and get that going. It takes a little bit of time. So check plagiarism. In real writing, definitely, even though this is a monthly subscription, you get 100,000 words of checking, and this went fast. Normally it doesn't go that fast, but you want to reduce your word count when you're doing professional writing, a lot of writing, because you'll burn through those words pretty quickly. The word count. You can see what most of it's from ChatGPT. Maybe we got some from Perplexity. I don't remember. But you can see plagiarism 3%. And a lot of it, let's go through, for example, so Boo World, he views people as tools and confronted with this truth. So many times, and you can also see here down by plagiarism matches there on the right, 73% similar, 65%, 64%. Depends on what you're writing, who you're writing for. The closer you can get to 0, the better it is. Some places may want 0%, which can be very hard because there's only so many ways you can say use 2FA. But some will may go up to 17 or 15, maybe 20%, depending on the company and depending on the findings. This could be pretty high. However, everything may be common terms, such as use 2FA or make sure you have a WAF installed in front of your application, something like that. What we're going to do now is do what's called H5P. Now I had something up. I'm going to get rid of this here. We're going to go back to Lumi. So this is H5P, and we'll show you what it does. Why describe it when we can just go ahead and do it? So we'll go to the H5P editor, and it creates, let's create a new file, create a new 5HP. And we're going to do what you just saw on the screen, but I want to go from the beginning. Find the words. So it creates an HTML. You can export these to an HTML, and we're going to go through how to make them. And to keep privacy, I'm not going to do the save as, because then it shows my disk, but I've already got the finished files open. So here, find the words is what we've got. The task description, find the words from the grid. The word list, I've got 8 words. Now you could go to ChatGPT, Perplexity, and ask for 8, 10, 15 words. The more words, the larger the puzzle, and it could be overwhelming. We're going to paste these into here. Copy and paste 8 words that have to do with cybersecurity. Up here at the top, go to View, and you have the words. So we automatically see phishing and exploit and malware. We won't go through all of them. You see on the right that it checks them off as you go, and at the bottom it will check it. It shows you the time spent. You can check along the way, and when you're done, it will show good job. It will show all of them taken care of. So let's go to the finished product. It's right here. Actually, this doesn't do it. At the end, you do check, and it will make sure that you've got it. If we were to do check right now with nothing in there, you got 0 of 8 points. We won't go through the whole thing. Let's do a few. Let's retry. And then, yes, I forgot. It puts them all out again. So we've got malware. And this is really tough to do on the fly. You can probably see a whole bunch of those words already. And it does go up and down before. Sometimes it's a little finicky when you do that. So you can see it's got 2 if you were to check. You've got 2 out of 8. The next one we'll do, we're going to do a new H5P file, and we're going to do multiple hotspots. Find multiple hotspots. Hotspots here. Hotspot question. Background image. So we're going to go for a background image, and we're going to use this one right here. Next is hotspots. Find the items that copy what I've got here. Click on the items that might be useful for investigations. Find relevant items. And to make it easy, we're going to go with 3. There are more in this than 3, and you can do however many you want. This was created using Midjourney, asking for particular items. So you do this, click on either one of the circle or the square, click on correct, highlight that. You found it. Then drag that to where you want. We'll do that. You can't copy and paste, unfortunately. Good job. And let's do this laptop screen. And then one more for the third one. We'll do another square, correct. And we will place this over that stack of things right there. And you'll go up and we'll view it. And we'll click there, click there. Now before, you see at the bottom, you got 2 of 3. Let's click on something wrong. And you can do prompts for keep trying when somebody gets something wrong or whatever you want to do. And then we'll get the third one here. And good job. So now we're going to go back here. Here is the find the items. I don't remember what I did before. This was prepared. I think it was that one, and that one. So you see it's an HTML, and you can embed that in your page, whatever page it might be. 3 of 3. So I succeeded at that one. Now the last one we'll do is drag the words. New H5P, drag the words. Title, drag the words. Drag the words into the correct boxes. That's good right there. Now what we've got here is I've got 2 sentences. And yes, with this, I asked for 2 sentences. I asked the bot, asked for 2 sentences of these words. 2 sentences with digital forensics that has certain words in it. And so it came up with this really fast. And in this, we highlight the words. You don't, but it will highlight, you put an asterisk before and after the words that you want to be picked up, that you want to drag into the boxes. And we can put separate words in here, say cybersecurity, nmap. Oh, we want to do this here. Make sure we do it. We'll just do 2 of those just to make it easy. And you could do different ranges for the scores, 0 to 50, 50 to 100, but we'll make this simple. We'll go here to view. So in digital forensics, you've got to get them just right in the blues. You see how it turns dark blue. Preserving the chain of custody is essential. During an incident response, yeah, you can tell during incident response is how I would say it, but not during an, but we'll go with it. Digital artifacts, and then you check. Great, 4 of 4. And we'll go over and show you how it is in HTML. Same thing right there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it since we're right here. Oh, it gets a little iffy. Not chain reaction. This was another one I did to help her. She wanted to reset this drop zone. Have to be picky and then check. 4 of 4. And we're done. And that is an introduction to Lumi. Our next tool demo is Twine. Twine is a branching narrative tool, and we'll just show it right here up on the screen. So it's a very simple tool. You can see the branching. The story took me maybe 15 minutes to input. Creating it, I did use ChatGPT, and I'll show you that. So I just asked it, I need a branching narrative for a detective who is trying to decide if he should cover up evidence or not. And it shows here, first decision, cover up or reveal, choice 1 and A1, A2, choice 2, reveal the truth. So a very simple, very straightforward path for each of those. And when it's spread out, when it's entered, it's like this. And you can put the boxes wherever you like. Anything that makes sense to you. Again, pick a tool and make it work for you. Take it as far as you can. And so text goes in here at the top. This is based on HTML. It uses CSS also. I don't have anything set up for this because I wanted a simple, straightforward example. And this shows down here. This is how you do the links, and it'll all make sense in just a few minutes. You can change the background. Anything you can do with a web page, you can do with these. These images, as you can see, wherever I have them, they need to be stored so it can access, so that the web page, this creates an HTML, so that you can access those from anywhere. And since Midjourney is a great public repo for that, easily accessible, that's what I'm using here. So we're going to go back here. This is where you start. The green, you can start anywhere up here, work on the passage. You can rename the passage. In this case, well, we won't test from here. I'll show you how we go through some other options. You can rename the whole story. Here's the style sheet. If you wanted the same image or the same look, the same background color, the same font to make it consistent, you could put the CSS in here. Build your story. You could publish it to a file. Export as a TWE. So the actual Twine file is called a TWE. So you can send it to another computer, share it with others. Then publish to a file is where you publish to the HTML. And you can choose all kinds of options here. Passage. So we're going to go ahead and go over to Firefox here, and I'll show you what it looks like. So when it's all said and done, remember the detective image. So you follow along. You want to cover up again at the top of most of these. Quickly got Midjourney to create a somewhat relevant image. Didn't take much time. And in this case, follow the story. And yes, it's not formatted great. It's not a great cohesive story, but that's okay. This is good for an example. Silence the source. He confronts or threatens a fellow detective, and he ends up becoming part of the corrupt system. You return home and try again. You can do some more cover up. There's some options there. He can fight back or reveal the truth. He can fight back, as you can see on the screen. Suffers loss, and you go home. So it's again, Twine, branching narrative, great for creating these HTMLs. A lot of options there. We have our branching narrative just finished with Twine. But what about all the text we had back here that we checked for plagiarism? Got a good score on that. All of this in here. Actually, a couple stories. But what I went ahead and did was I made it look a little prettier and PDF'd it. And so what we have here, what can come out of that, is a good outline. PDF'd that. The novella idea, you have the protagonist. Yeah, I just did that in Midjourney. Added that in there for some fun. And the central conflict, you have the twist. We'll go back to the top here, and you have the whole structure. Talking about the main character, you got the 3 acts that we asked for, the themes, a little bit repetition there from the theme. But you can use this document that you create, write it with a few prompts, checking it, that initial for plagiarism, and then put it into Word or whatever Word document editor you use. It is easy to come up with the structure and then start building from there, and use your own writing skills to progress. And feel free, of course, to add to that. Use the robot, use the bot to help fill things out. But definitely, it's a great jumpstart for getting ideas and character generation, character concepts, world building, and then insert your own writing style with that. And speaking of writing style, nobody can write in every style. Everybody has their favorite genre, their favorite form, favorite way of going about it. And the robots, internet searches, other things can provide some form, especially when you're uncomfortable with that style. I am more of a technical writer, so I had to get some inspiration, not just from asking the robot for different things, but I had to look through, peruse, and read, get some ideas from actual books. So what were some of the books for what we've got going, the style we wanted? So these are books. Now it's fuzzy. The picture's fuzzy there after enlarging it a bit. Tom Clancy books, of course. There's Waging Cyber War. There's Patrick O'Brien, Master and Commander. The Horatio Hornblower books, especially the first one, Beat to Quarters. Jason Bourne, it's helpful, even just the first one. Watch the movie and write down the beats or the scenes and the changes. It doesn't take long to see the pattern and to come up with some good inspiration from that. The Cyber Warfare by Chase Cunningham, Waging Cyber War by Jacob Oakley, and also, oddly enough, the Extreme Ownership. That is more of a business leadership book, but the 2 men who wrote it are former Navy SEALs, SEAL team leaders, and so there's actually a lot of lot of information in there about tactics and weapons and things that are used. So this, whatever you might write, feel free to look for inspiration. There's nothing new under the sun, so feel free to look at the, especially all of these are award winners, and some of them are just classics for the depth of technical insight and knowledge that the authors use. So these were several books and authors that I used and that we're also using as a team to get the right look and the feel and the style of the novellas. In the last 45 minutes or so, we have discovered some free tools, created characters, written the outline and basics of a story, checked for plagiarism, generated useful images, drawn a world map, and created challenges. To recap, what are we looking to do with all this? We're looking to use story and story plus art, story plus art plus education, story and art and education and gaming, story, art, education, gaming, plus adventure. CSI Linux, more than a pretty OS.
In an unprecedented cyber assault that has reverberated across the globe, sophisticated hacking tactics have targeted GPS satellites, causing massive disruptions not only in maritime navigation, but also impacting air traffic, military operations, and millions of personal navigation systems. The orchestrated attack, which involved a complex manipulation of GPS data, has led to chaos across various sectors that heavily rely on precise location data. The chaos unfolded in the early hours of the morning when reports emerged of anomalies in GPS signals used by ships, aircraft, and road vehicles. The disruption led to immediate and widespread confusion, with planes diverted, ships off course, and countless motorists receiving erroneous navigation instructions. The ripple effects of these disruptions have paralyzed transportation networks and raised alarms over international security, particularly concerning military operations reliant on GPS for targeting and maneuvers. Cybersecurity experts pinpointed the cause of the disruption to a series of malicious commands aimed at misconfiguring the RTOS VxWorks systems that operate on the affected satellites. These commands were sent from an improvised ground station equipped with a sophisticated software-defined radio, or SDR technology, capable of targeting multiple satellites simultaneously. If initial commands failed, the attackers deployed a secondary payload designed to exhaust the satellite system's resources, further degrading their functionality. Further investigations revealed that the cyber attackers exploited vulnerabilities within the satellite communication protocols, primarily through inadequate encryption and security measures that failed to protect command and control signals. The attackers' ability to leverage satellite communication allowed them to inject malicious data into the GPS stream, effectively spoofing locations across a broad spectrum. The result was that true navigational data became obscured, creating a digital fog of war. The impact of the attack extends beyond the immediate disruptions. The long-term implications for global supply chains are severe, with expected delays in deliveries and significant financial losses. Authorities and international cybersecurity agencies are urgently mobilizing to mitigate the effects of the attack, focusing on restoring confidence in digital systems that underpin critical global infrastructures. We are witnessing a scenario where the foundational systems of our global navigation and security are being held hostage by cyber terrorists, stated a spokesperson from the International Maritime Organization. This attack not only disrupts commercial and civilian operations, but also poses a stark threat to global security. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in the global digital infrastructure. As the reliance on GPS technology has become ubiquitous, the potential for catastrophic consequences from such cyber attacks escalates. This event underscores the critical need for robust cybersecurity measures within all satellite communication systems to prevent future disruptions that could have even more devastating outcomes. Stay with us as we continue to follow this developing story. We will provide updates on the global efforts to counteract this cyber threat and the measures being taken to bolster defenses against future attacks.
The mission. Hours earlier, as the golden hues of dusk began to settle over the city, Sophia Moreau found herself nestled in the dimly lit corner of a quaint café, hidden away in one of the more obscure alleys of Paris. It was the kind of place favored by locals, far from the usual tourist paths, where the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee blended with the subtle undertones of aged wood and parchment. Here, amid the labyrinthine heart of the city, Sophia, known in the enigmatic circles of the digital underworld as Tawny Owl, was deeply absorbed in her craft. Her fingers moved with a rhythmic precision over the keyboard, each tap syncing with the soft jazz playing in the background and the distant hum of the bustling Parisian life. The occasional clink of coffee cups and the murmur of conversations provided a comforting backdrop to her intense focus. On her laptop screen, lines of code cascaded down, each one meticulously crafted to form the backbone of a new remote access tool, RAT, software she was developing. This tool was not just any piece of software, it was an artful concoction of her extensive skills, designed for stealthy infiltration into systems that were blissfully unaware of their vulnerabilities. Sophia's RAT was engineered to be a ghost in the machine, slipping through digital defenses without a trace, allowing her deep access to extract, manipulate, or implant data as she saw fit. The cafe, with its subdued lighting and the gentle patina of age, provided the perfect cloister for Sophia to weave her digital spells, far removed from the prying eyes of the world. Here, in this serene enclave, she was just another patron to the casual observer, yet beneath this calm exterior, the gears of one of the most formidable minds in cyber espionage turned with relentless precision. As she coded, Sophia's mind was a whirlwind of strategy and syntax, blending the logical with the creative. This new RAT was more than just a tool, it was a key to unlocking realms guarded by layers of security, a way to dance around firewalls and intrusion detection systems with the elegance of a seasoned infiltrator. With every line of code, she pulled the real world a little more into the realms of ones and zeros, where she ruled unchallenged.